Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
They got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
Is that correct?
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dahil mihi Anglican for service I didn't ask you to interrupt me. Oh, for Trump's sake.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I'm the Recovery Addict. Happy Thursday, Podcast Thursday to you. It is great to be here. I got a lot of rest. I needed it last night. Wow, it was a long day. It was a long day. We're back. We're back. We're ready for more. Let's see. Forgot to say my birthday was Sunday. Last Sunday or this Sunday? Brandy, happy birthday last Sunday? Happy Treasure's like, the crown goes away fast. I saw you noticed it while it was there. Good morning, good morning. Hope you're all doing great. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Check 1, 2. Seems a little quiet. Test 1. That's a little better. All right. Big shout out to Amber, who I think stayed up all night reading documents from Brian Koberger, because I've got texts from her going late to the night, reading stuff. She's probably sleeping in right now. Yes, on the 20th. Happy birthday on the 20th. That was awesome. We're 4 days late, but, party never stops. Sounds good. Josh, will you post the birthday link, please? Does Josh have the birthday link? I don't know who has the birthday link. I don't have the birthday link. Amber's amazing. She is. I love that she was able to get all those documents up for you on Discord, because the Moscow website is just now recovering from being just hammered with requests for those documents. And we were lucky enough to get them first before the website crashed. And there you go. There's the birthday shout out form. I think you only have to enter yourself on there once, and then it's good just for perpetuity. Is that a good word? Red Pen, did I use that one correctly? Perpetuity? Forever. Ongoing. It's like perpetual. Yes, good. Thank you. It's always nice when I use a big word correctly first thing in the morning. It's a good sign for the rest of the day. Hope you guys are all having a wonderful day. I really hope you do. We've got, I think today we will have verdict watch for the Shelby Nealy trial, which means we've got to tear through a bunch of video. We've got a little bit to watch from yesterday, and it's going to start again today, and a little bit more. So we need to get caught up before the jury does, before the jury does their work. So should be good. All right, let me see if I can tell you just a little something. Some of the stuff we have not yet covered in the Brian Koberger documents that were dumped yesterday from Moscow. Talking about the tip of the K-bar knife, the Kaylee's stalker tip, BK's neighbor, the DoorDash driver, the Uber driver, Kaylee's ex-boyfriend, the defense team evidence review, BK's cell data, there's a lot, photos of defense items, the Google search terms from the computers, receipts, the dancer tip, car witness, 92% tip, Reddit, Pullman Police Department, AT&T, Amazon vehicle, Amazon purchases, medical examiner talking about the knife, Costco, weather data, green jacket, BK innocent tip. Wow. Who sent that one? Inmate informant, vitamins, Dateline, Amazon and vehicle. We got all sorts of stuff. So if you want to tear into those documents before we get a chance to do that together, you may want to pop over to Discord and log in and go through the difficult process, which only takes a minute of getting set up and understanding how it happens over there, and then you'll be able to find all this stuff. So thank you for that. All right, good morning. We have to sing. Full confession, I've already sung once today. I sang happy birthday this morning already because it is my daughter's birthday. So happy birthday, little Miss R.A. Awesome. We got to celebrate a little bit, open presents. So we were a little bit late, but so who is sharing a birthday with my daughter? Do make yourselves known, or Josh, if you could let us know, that would be great. She's so excited. She's like, in her mind.
Happy birthday! You look good.
In her mind, her birthday is like nonstop, blowing out birthday candles, singing happy birthday, opening presents, and just running around playing with them. That's her idea. That's like, this is how today's going to go. So she might be a little disappointed. We don't go that big on birthdays. The birthday presents are already open. Greg is celebrating their birthday with us today. Greg, thank you very much. We will sing to you as well. All right, Greg, you might get a solo if nobody else is owned up. We'll just go ahead and do that. Let's see. What about the one we missed on the 20th? Can we add that in there today? Let's see. Looking. My birthday was Sunday. Brandy Madrid. We're going to sing to Brandy Madrid as well. Is that okay? We're just going to add Brandy on there, even though it was last Sunday because we missed her. All right, so everyone stand up, take a deep breath, shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room, blend your voice with your neighbors, warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. There we go. I actually started Big Dill at the same time. We're going to sing to Brandy Madrid and Greg and Little Miss R.A. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Greg, Brandy Madrid, and Little Miss R.A. Happy birthday to you. Red Pen says, add Hyper 1 to the list. We'll do round 2 with Hyper 1. Anybody else? Speak now or forever hold your peace. This is the time. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Hyper 1, Joe. Happy birthday to you. I think Hyper 1 and Joe is the same person. The Red Pen suggested them both. Happy birthday, Hyper 1. Is it Hyo or Hyper? Cha-cha-cha. There you go. Hyper 1, you made me miss the cha-cha-chas. Wonderful. To everyone who's celebrating their birthday today, it is your special day. Happy day. Have a happy day. It's your. I don't know what I was going to say there. I got lost in the train of thought. But here's the deal. I realize there are a million places you could be and a million people you could have celebrated with, but you chose to be here with us. The privilege, pleasure, the honor is ours. Hopefully, we can return the joy we feel and return it back to you. Make your day a little more special. Or begin by helping yourself to free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP, Village Inn, Waffle House, McDonald's, Tammy Dunlap's house, Andy's Grill, Bob Evans, and Cracker Barrel. Woo! It's getting hard to fit in one breath. Yes, free pancakes for all. Although my daughter chose eggs and toast, which I think will be delivered to me shortly because it's being cooked right now. Feels good to know that BK is in prison now. Yes, he was transported last night. That was quick. Don't forget to put chat on screen. Oops. Oh, drum solo. We're going to do drum solo first, then recognize first in chat because I think it's Schmoopy. Yeah, Schmoopy. Here we go. Drum solo. I think the timing was right. It was perfect on that one for me, like best ever. Happy Pie and Root Beer Day today as well. Pie and Root Beer Day. All right, Krista, thank you very much. I suddenly just got the reference. Yes, have some fireworks while you're at it, Krista. That would be great. All right, first in chat, congratulations to the one and only Schmoopy. Schmoopy, congratulations. Your diligence paid off this morning as you were rapidly clicking the refresh button, and you were first to notice that we, in fact, had posted the thumbnail for the live stream, you immediately went to the chat area and made yourself known by saying you, right here, you, or depending on how you read it. We clearly deciphered your intent. You wanted to tell us that you were overeager, that you had extra energy, an abundance of time, and free capability, bandwidth to handle internet ownership today. And because of that, we will go ahead and grant your wish. We will make you internet owner for the day and sentence you to internet ownership at the same time, just in case you decide to quit voluntarily. That doesn't happen. You can't. I'm sorry. Everything IP related is now your responsibility. So thank you. You is an odd intro. Your head's been, it's an interesting choice. It's a choice. You made it. It was good. But congratulations, you won. And the you used won. Help yourself to free. Oh, well, no, I was going to give you free pancakes. I can't do that. If I gave every internet owner free pancakes, breakfast joints around the United States would just go out of business. That'd be too much. Instead, what you can do for the low fee of 50 cents, you can go to our shopping page, download a certificate commemorating this occasion where you did, in fact, win the internet. All you have to do is pay your fine, 50 cents, download it, fill in the blank with your name, and it comes pre-signed by myself and Mrs. Ari, my boss. Suitable for framing or use as a cover sheet on your CV. All right. There. Now we're all caught up. Now we can begin. Is there anything else I missed? Is it weird that I want a welfare check on greeners? No. We look out after our own. Let's see. Remember when we put a letter in the first in chat, and we had to not use that letter all day long? That's why greeners was choosing X, because very few people use it. Need to find a pancake sponsor. I'm thinking like Krusty's Just Add Water pancake mix. Maybe we should hit them up and say, look, we give away free pancakes every morning. Least you can do is like send us a bag, a 5-pound bag of mix for a shout out. That used to be an Adam Nusky rule. Where the heck is Greeners? We started a little early, and I think Greeners was up a little late. So give him some slack. Give him some slack. I think he's going to wake up eventually and pop his head in here and be surprised that we're 2 hours into our live stream. But that being said, we won't be 2 hours into our live stream unless we start the live stream and get caught up. So Greeners and Adam are probably back together. I don't know why. Who started this general rumor? I'm not sure. Let's see. Give me just a second to turn the speed back up to 1.25, which is, we are still with the doctor. And by doctor, I mean, no, please don't do that. Please don't. Oh, I pushed the wrong button. Which means I have to go all the way back and find where we were. Hang on. I might be able to find it here if I'm lucky enough. I'm scrolling, side scrolling. I just pushed one button too many. It's not there, so bingo. I think we're right at the end of the doctor talking to us. Let's see. Oh, this is 2 days ago. That's not going to help us at all. Well, we need somebody with more experience is what we need. There he is. I found him. I don't think it's going to hurt too much if we miss a little bit of this testimony, but Let's go ahead and jump right in. So,
trauma background, he was less capable of tolerating that level of stress. I also spoke about specifics engaged with his emotional numbing and kind of like subduing and compartmentalizing his emotions, and that led to this being an even more kind of extreme situation for him personally.
Right. And when you're talking about his stress during that time period, you're talking about the stress and fear and anxiety of getting caught, right?
Correct. Yes, absolutely.
And I think you used the word paranoia at one point. Remember that?
Yes, it did. Yep.
And you'd agree with me that paranoia, a definition would be a way of thinking that involves feelings of distrust and suspicion about others without a good reason?
Sure. Either without a good reason or let's say it's exaggerated. Maybe there's, small inklings and it's hyperbolic in nature, I would say. Yes, but certainly paranoia fits that bill. Yes.
It's kind of funny to be talking about a defendant who is exhibiting indications of post-traumatic stress disorder because he beat his first wife and because he killed his second wife, isn't it?
Well, I guess if you're going to say it that way, then yes, it is.
Okay.
yes,
and
it is.
Talking about Jamie, I think you said during direct that when she got pregnant, meaning Jamie, she went off her meds and the defendant described things as getting bad, right?
That's what he said.
But the defendant is the one who got her pregnant, right?
The defendant and Jamie were both willing participants in the sexual encounter, from what I've been told.
Right, but I think if you do the math, she was actually 17 at the time. So would you refer to that as sexual abuse as well?
It would come down to the legal, kind of minutia of it and the state laws and stuff. But yes, I certainly would say that's something that's inappropriate.
One thing that you brought up, I think, was the defendant having to denounce his first child, that Jamie wanted him to denounce Mackenzie. You recall talking about that?
Yep, that's what Mr. Nealy told me, yes.
Well, and I don't think you had the benefit of reading the interview or listening to the interview with Caitlin Farahay, but would it surprise you to learn that she described that situation as they were trying to argue that the defendant was not the father of that child to avoid any future payments for child support?
I obviously was not aware of that. As you said, I didn't have that document. If that's Caitlin's perspective, that's her perspective. I can't really comment.
Yeah, and that the defendant and Jamie tried to get her to sign some paper saying that the defendant was not actually the father, so that they could avoid paying any child support in the future, but Caitlin Farahay refused to sign it?
No, I was not aware of that.
Okay.
So more of the story comes out. Wow. His wife was underage.
One thing the defendant did say to you is he described that at one point he was, I'm going to say Baker active, but involuntary committed because he was threatening suicide. But he described to you that he was actually misrepresenting that situation in order to manipulate the Baker Act system, my words, not his, to get what he wanted. You agree with that?
He essentially told me that he had himself hospitalized to get away from his wife and to get some time away to, be safe. I don't know. He didn't
clarify that, right? He just said he wanted to get away, and he wasn't actually suicidal, but he was using it as an excuse to get into a hospital.
That is what he said.
Okay.
Just a reminder, this is the end of the day yesterday that we're catching
up. And again,
up
just to be clear, you can't diagnose this defendant with post-traumatic stress disorder in 2018. You can only say that when you saw him in 2019, it's your opinion that he meets the criteria for post-traumatic stress disorder at that point, correct?
That's accurate, yes.
And by that point, he's killed 4 people, he's been arrested, he's even been extradited, and he's sitting awaiting his fate for his crimes, correct?
That is correct.
You guys are the best. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Gannon.
Redirect examination.
Good afternoon again.
Hello.
I believe you were asked by Mr. Sarabia about whether or not you had ever been hired by the prosecution. And I think your answer was no. Is that correct?
Yeah. He asked whether I'd been hired by the state. The answer is no. Like I said, I took a couple of phone calls. I conferred with some state officials at separate times about different cases. Excuse me. But at this point, post-traumatic stress disorder specifically and mental health in general is seen as a mitigating factor, not an aggravating factor. So I'm not really marketable to a state attorney or a prosecution.
Understood.
Good answer.
And have there been times that you've been hired by the defense and at the conclusion of reviewing everything, you tell the counsel that's hired you that you can't help them?
Absolutely. There have been a number of times when I have, spoken with a lawyer and told them that the case wasn't applicable to my skill set. There have been times when I have met with the individual and the individual does not report any post-traumatic symptoms, even though they have been through traumatic experiences. They don't report any problems. So there's really nothing for me to do there either. There have been a number of cases like that where I'm hired, my involvement in the case is very brief, and then the case moves on without me.
Do you bill for that?
You were asked about the age difference between Jamie and Shelby when they engaged in sexual activities, and Jamie first became pregnant. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay. If their ages at that time was 21 and 17, is that necessarily abuse, if it's consensual?
Well, again, there's a lot of different criteria for what constitutes abuse.
Sure.
Right? So my understanding of the law, kind of in a general sense, and I don't know anything about the law in Ohio, but is that under the age of 17, and when one partner is over 18 and one partner is under 18, that's typically frowned upon or illegal, depending on where you are. When it comes to other psychological measures, they define sexual abuse as being a difference in age of 5 years. So given that criteria, it would not be improper or abusive. Okay. It certainly is kind of a very difficult, I don't want to say gray area, but it's a very difficult kind of situation. And I think it's probably more of a legal matter than a psychological matter.
Sure. From a legal perspective, you don't know what the law was in Ohio at the time, right?
I don't know what the law, specific is in Florida about that, to be honest, in detail.
From a psychological, from your professional viewpoint, 5-year age difference is a number that you look at as to
it's kind
evaluate.
Of the benchmark. It also depends on the nature of the relationship, where the people are in their lives, things of that nature. In this case, it seems like Shelby and Jamie at that time, from self-report again, was that they were pretty happy at the beginning. They were happy to have found each other. They were both looking for someone. They were both lonely, and that at the beginning the relationship was apparently pretty good.
So let's forget about the law as it relates to the sexual abuse. Let's just talk about if you have two young individuals who are 17 and 21, and they're in a relationship, right?
Right.
And the relationship is both emotional and sexual.
Correct.
Anything wrong with that? From
not psychologically speaking, no.
Okay. Now, if you have a 30-plus-year-old stepmother who's having sex with her 15-year-old son, something wrong with that?
Psychologically speaking, yes, there is.
Might also be some legal ramifications.
You ask questions about the records that you've reviewed, right?
Correct.
And then you were asked questions about the records that you did not review.
Correct.
Okay. Are you comfortable, based on your training and experience, that the records that you had for your review were sufficient for you to render the opinions that you've testified to here today in front of the jury?
I am.
Okay. Do you know that the defense team in this case is court-appointed to represent Shelby Nealy?
I was aware of that, yes.
Okay. Are you aware of the fact that we don't have just a blank check when it comes to paying you?
I am.
anything that we want you to do, we have to have it approved by the court.
That's correct.
Okay. Have a moment, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Am I excused?
You are.
All right. Thank you very much, and I appreciate Your Honor letting me do Zoom. This is my family vacation time, so I appreciate the flexibility.
Thank you. All right. Members of the jury, let's go ahead and take our 15-minute afternoon break.
Working vacation, I guess. Okay, we're going to skip through this break because we can. Zoom we go as we are just moving right along on this case, trying to get caught up with what we missed during the Brian Koberger hearing yesterday. So this will put us back we're now about an hour, just a little over an hour behind, I think. Let's see. I think that's right.
All right, are we ready for the jury?
We are.
Okay. Let's go ahead and bring them in. Everybody's here.
Katie Bug, thank you for gifting a membership this morning. Ross Parajam. Ross Parajam. Ross Parajam. I don't know how to say your name. Congratulations, you're the gift recipient. Katie, thank you very much. Tony, thanks for the kind words as always. Appreciate your offers for help. You're great. Thanks for the reminders you send me. Greeners, glad you made it here. I'll give you a note to excuse you for early in the morning, but we both know you were sleeping in. So just don't let it happen again. Let's see, we have next witness. Thank you, Josh, for the there we go. Thank you for the post in advance. Next witness is going to be Dr. Robert Oahu, something like that. His last name is all vowels. I don't know how to pronounce that. Greeners comes in and immediately takes a shot at Big Dill. Yeah. It's like he wants to pretend that he was actually here, but just in timeout all morning. So, Bridget, member for 1 month. Shelby seems very good at a poor me defense. I couldn't help but unalive 4 people. Oh yeah, think of the children. That's what he did it for, right? Think of the children. Raina, member for 18 months. Raina, oh my goodness, 18 months already. That is just awesome. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So happy to be here. Congratulations. Love our wonderful supporters from Canada. The true north. We have renamed Greeners to Big G.
Welcome back, members of the jury. Defense, please call your next witness.
Dr. Robert Lowe.
Dr. Robert, he's pronounced it Woe, or Dr. Robert O. G for glutes.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good morning, Amber.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Glad you got some
Good afternoon.
sleep.
Good afternoon.
Would you please tell the jurors your name and spell your last name for us?
Sure. My name is Robert Woe, Ph.D. My last name is spelled O-U-A-O-U.
Okay, and what is it that you do, Dr. Lowe?
It's Woe?
I'm a licensed clinical psychologist in the state of Florida, as well as other states, with a specialization in neuropsychology.
And I'm a professional
All right,
chair
and
fidgeter.
will you tell the jurors what neuropsychology is?
Sure. Neuropsychology is a subspecialization of the field of clinical psychology. So we receive specialized training in brain behavior relations and how to assess those through standardized testing, or what are called neuropsychological tests, in order to understand behaviors, disorders, and that sort of thing.
All right, and would you give the jurors a little description of your background and experience?
Sure. So education-wise, I have a degree from Temple University in psychology, after which time I obtained a master's degree and a doctorate or a PhD in clinical psychology with a specialization in neuropsychology from Palo Alto University. In going through this long process, I completed what's called a pre-doctoral internship, which was at the VA Medical Center, VA Maryland Healthcare Center in Baltimore, Maryland, with a specialization in neuropsychology. And further training was what's called a postdoctoral fellowship, and that was at the VA Medical Center as well in Baltimore in neuropsychology. I've worked in traumatic brain injury. Actually, I worked for the most part throughout my undergraduate experience at Temple, and then furthered it obviously through graduate studies. After graduate school, I underwent the postdoctoral fellowship, which is a 2-year specialized program in research and clinical practice in neuropsychology. Worked at the VA Medical Center in Baltimore as a neuropsychologist for a couple of years before taking a position with a neurology group down in Naples, Florida.
I've got it on 1.25 speed. We're catching up.
Which was a nice move from Baltimore. And I was at that group for 2 years, in addition to being on the staff of the Naples Community Hospital there, all within the specialization of neuropsychology. After which time I worked with a group in Fort Myers, Florida, Neuropsychiatric Research Center, which was also as the head neuropsychologist there, and we also did research as well. And there was some forensic work that we did in the courts and with civil cases and criminal cases. Then in 2008, I started my practice at Naples Neuropsychology, which I still maintain.
Shameless plug.
I was referred patients from the community, from around the country, from the NFL for a while as a consultant. I also worked as
football players.
On the medical advisory board for the Alzheimer's Association here, actually in Clearwater, down the street, for several years, and have maintained that practice since 2008. We've moved to Santa Fe, New Mexico, relocated. Still have the same name, Naples Neuropsychology, where I also have a practice there, private practice.
Yes, he's dropped his company name twice.
Done some work with the NFL. Could you expound on that a little bit?
Yes, for several years I was approached by the. I worked as
a punter.
An evaluator as a neuropsychologist for the medical director of the NFL, evaluating players who. For disability claims, basically.
And could you tell us some of your professional affiliations as well?
Sure. I'm a member of the National Academy of Neuropsychology, the American Psychological Association, the International Neuropsychological Society, the American Academy of Clinical Neuropsychology, and a couple others.
All right. Have you been qualified as an expert before?
I have, yes.
In the states or courts of this state?
Yes, both in criminal and civil cases.
All right, and both state and federal court?
Yes.
As well as other states as well?
That is correct, yes.
Right. How is it that you study brain behavior?
Well, obviously, I gave you sort of the map of what my education and experience was. So over several years, starts with coursework and what we call practicum experience, working in hospitals or clinics, studying neuroscience, how the brain actually works, and for neuropsychologists, we study specific tests that measure different domains of functioning within the brain. So that can be from intelligence to memory to executive function, and in doing those tests, which are standardized tests that are accepted in the medical community, we can form a picture of someone if there is something abnormal or not.
All right. And in this case, were you sent by the defense team, were you sent certain things to review in reference to Mr. Nealy?
I was, yes.
And can you tell us what those things were?
Sure. So I was provided, as part of a neuropsychological evaluation, I was provided medical records from several different sources in Ohio. I was provided with school records. They were school records from 1st to 6th grade, Bethany Lutheran School. I was also provided with some medical records from the Pinellas County Jail, and I was provided with classification records from the Pinellas County Jail and Pasco County Jail as well.
Among the medical records that you were provided from Ohio, would that include Metro Health records?
Yes, Metro Health, St. Vincent, Cleveland Clinic, University Medical Hospital. I believe that was the list.
Okay. And are these the types of things that are typically relied upon by experts in your field?
Yes.
How many times did you see Mr. Nealy?
I saw Mr. Nealy on 3 different occasions.
And for the type of work that you're performing, is that typical, atypical, the amount of times that you've seen him and the amount of time that you spent with him?
Well, I think it varies. As neuropsychologists, doing a neuropsychological evaluation, it's a pretty discrete process in that several hour day of doing testing, standardized testing, can be adequate. So I think I saw him a little bit more than I normally would, and that was because I was in Pinellas County and was interested in if there were any changes in his mental status.
Okay. And when you first saw him, well, let me ask you, when you're typically doing these sorts of evaluations, assessments, are you interested in head injuries?
If there are head injuries, yes, absolutely. That's one of the main interests and expertise that I have as a neuropsychologist.
All right. And did you ask him if he had any head injuries?
I did, yes.
All right. And what did he tell you about head injuries that he had?
He stated that he had a head injury in 2012, in the winter of 2012, where he was assaulted and fell to the ground and hit his head and was treated at Metro Health Medical Center. He also told me that he sustained several head injuries in the relationship with his deceased wife, and I believe that was about it.
All right. And you indicated the 2012 injuries are contained in the Metro Health records. Are those in there as well?
They are, yes.
The cross-examination. And so did those records corroborate what Mr. Nealy told you about the 2012 head injury?
Yes.
And can you tell us what those records, how those records informed you?
Certainly. It was significant to me. Probably the most significant record that I saw as far as this neuropsychological evaluation. It was December 6th, 2012. The record stated that he was assaulted, fell, hit his head, suffered a loss of consciousness, so he was knocked out. After he arrived at the emergency department at Metro Health, he was noted to have dizziness and what's called post-traumatic amnesia, so difficulty remembering details surrounding the head injury. He was also noted to have problems with new learning, or what we call interrograde memory. And the medical staff was concerned about that. They brought in the neurosurgery department. Imaging was done on his brain, so they took a picture of his brain with a CT scan. And he was noted to have some bleeding on the right temporal side of his head, which would be here. Inside the skull, with a fracture on the right temporal bone, which would be right here. So they felt that it was significant, and neurosurgery recommended that he be held and observed so that they could determine the prognosis or how this might change, because that bleeding can change and cause problems. And so they were monitoring him, and he signed out AMA against the doctor's orders.
And he would have been around 18 or 19 in 2012?
I believe the record stated that he was 19.
All right. And you indicated that with this injury, he had not only the brain bleed in the places that you indicated in the skull, but also loss of consciousness?
Yes.
All right. Was there other head injuries that he reported to you that were also corroborated by medical records?
So if my memory serves me, I believe in 2016 there were 2 admissions, two visits to the emergency department, one at Metro Health, and then I believe one later, if I'm not mistaken, at St. Vincent's Hospital in Ohio. The first one, it was noted that he had been hit on the head with a broomstick. Certainly there were no findings that were as significant as the 2012 medical record. Then there was another record in 2016 that indicated that he had suffered a blunt head trauma from being hit by a frying pan. And again, neither of them, I believe, stated loss of consciousness. And the severity was not as significant as it was indicated on the 2012 admission.
Yeah, those two didn't indicate something as severe as a brain bleed or something like that.
That's correct. But I don't believe they felt it was necessary to do imaging. So, but it did not indicate that.
And did the records reflect at all in any of those two instances who those head injuries were caused by?
They stated that it was caused by his wife.
Okay. And did Mr. Nealy report these injuries to you as well?
Yes, I believe he reported the broom one. I don't think that he reported to me the pan, frying pan.
All right, so there was actually an extra one that's reflected in the records that he didn't or forgot to tell you about.
That's correct.
Okay. Does trauma affect the brain?
Obviously not head trauma, but the other type of trauma.
Yes.
It does, yes, especially a developing brain, a brain that is still in development prior to the ages of 22, 23.
And how does it affect the brain?
So it's known in the research literature that there are certain parts of the brain that sort of take over behavior and emotion, and there are parts of the brain that sort of back up from regulating one's ability to control their emotions or their behavior. And so the part of the brain that's called the limbic system is sort of the more primitive brain. You've heard people say lizard brain, which I'm not a big fan of, but it gets the point across that it's this sort of primitive part of the brain that is not regulated by the frontal part of the brain that really develops into our 20s. And so people that have trauma can be more emotionally driven in their behavior and behave before they think.
So we have these two traumas. We've got these head traumas like the intracranial bleed or the things that are listed in the records, and then we've got this other type of trauma that you're just talking about, both of which can affect the brain.
Yes, especially in a brain that's as I said, is still in development.
Okay.
So you can develop neurodevelopmental disorders.
And as you indicated previously, in 2012, the records reflected he was 19. Is that
Yes.
right? And then the other ones would have been in 2016, so depending on the time, would have been 22 or 23.
Yes.
All right. Let's go back to the testing, which is, you testified earlier that that's part of what you use to study the brain, so to speak. So what kind of testing did you administer to Mr. Nealy?
We're going to go to that during.
So I administered a fairly standardized battery
don't know the time
of
today.
neuropsychological tests.
Depends how fast.
Type
the
of battery
verdict
that
is.
most or many of us neuropsychologists would use to evaluate an individual. And that includes a measure of intelligence, measures of different cognitive functions that include memory, executive functions, learning and memory, executive functions, attention, concentration, processing speed, domains that are related to the functions of the brain that we can see as normal or abnormal depending on somebody's history. So it was a standardized battery of neuropsychological tests that took several hours to administer.
And when you say standardized, what does that mean?
That the tests are the ones that are the tests of those domains of cognitive functioning and intelligence are the ones that are peer reviewed and accepted in our scientific community, but are done in a way that it is standardized every time. So we administer these tests where possible the same way every time, because what we're doing is, for example, with a memory test, we know what a quote unquote normative sample, how they perform on that test. So what's supposed to be normal. So, and that test was given to that normative sample or the group of people known to not have neurologic deficits in a way that's the exact same way that I would give it to a patient or an individual who might have some sort of deficits. So we can compare their performance to the individuals that we know are normal. So, and see how far away they are from what we would call, the average performance on those tests.
And is it done that way to ensure that this testing is accurate and precise?
Yes.
Okay. And do you also we talked about this a little bit yesterday with another doctor. Do you assess for malingering?
Yes.
And can you describe again what that is to refresh our memory, and what you found in relation to that?
Sure.
As it goes for Mr. Nealy.
I'm sorry. Yes. So malingering in the sense of neuropsychological testing is obviously important, especially in a situation like this, in a civil situation where there's a lawsuit. Individuals are known to potentially not give full effort on testing, right?
Especially when there's a lawsuit.
So that they can look worse than they actually are. So in neuropsychological tests, there are what's called performance validity measures. So these are tests that are sensitive to not giving full effort, that might look like memory tests, but truly are, even we know that based on using them with individuals that have bona fide head injuries or disorders of some neurologic disorders of some kind, we know that they would not have a problem with it. So these tests are given throughout the testing session to ensure that an individual is giving full effort on testing and not feigning or attempting to look worse than they are, or malingering.
All right, and what did you find as to Mr. Nealy on that issue of malingering?
So yes, I administered several measures of performance validity, and he passed all of them. Some of them have cutoffs, and he was above all of the cutoffs.
All right, and is one of the tests that you did an IQ test?
I did, yes.
All right, and will you tell the jurors what IQ test that was and sort of describe it for them?
So I administered the Wechsler Adult Intelligence Scale, which is the 4th edition, which came out in 2008. The new edition came out recently, the 5th edition, but the 4th edition was available at the time. It's sort of the gold standard. It is the gold standard measure of intelligence, right? So it looks at multiple areas of one's ability to solve problems, to reason, their attention and concentration. And it's split into a full-scale IQ score, a verbal IQ score, so verbal abilities, verbal reasoning, a performance or nonverbal IQ score, which relates to one's ability to solve spatial problems. Again, think rationally in a spatial way, puzzles, processing speed, how quickly somebody completes tasks, and what's called working memory. So these are all the indices that are a part of the WAIS, WAIS-4. And it's not only used to just measure IQ, which is important in many situations, but also to look at the patterns amongst those indices and if they reveal any abnormalities. And it's also used as a foundation for the other neuropsychological tests that we administer.
All right. Did you find, when you did this IQ testing, did you find anything that was significant to you in the scores that you, that Mr. Nealy came up with?
I did. So one of the comparisons that what we would call was significant was that there was a significant difference between his verbal abilities, his verbal IQ, and his nonverbal IQ. And there's a couple reasons why that's significant, because it can point to certain disorders, learning disabilities, but in neuropsychology, we know that there are certain parts of the brain that are related to nonverbal IQ and certain parts that are related to verbal IQ. So in itself is not diagnostic. It just brought up a red flag. And what I found was that his verbal IQ, which was, so the average IQ is 100 on the WAIS. His verbal IQ was a 105, right, which placed him at the 63rd percentile, I believe. And his nonverbal IQ was an 80, I have it written here, 82, which placed him at the 12th percentile. So that's a significant split that we look at as neuropsychologists. Again, it's not wholly diagnostic of anything. You would never diagnose anything just based on that or make any opinion or summation. But it points to an abnormality, because what we know is that that much of a split between those two IQ scores, verbal and nonverbal, happens. It happens in about 4 people out of 100 of the normative sample. So it was quite abnormal.
And you may have said this a little bit before, but what is the difference between what a verbal IQ shows and what a nonverbal IQ shows?
What was his
First,
nonverbal?
there are some, again, that there's his verbal abilities are on the WACE, when I administered it in 2023, were significantly better than his nonverbal abilities. Now, we also begin to think as a neuropsychologist, well, why would that be?
Better than he can act?
And especially with medical records.
What does that mean?
We know that in general, the left hemisphere is, the integrity of the left hemisphere is related to the verbal IQ, or at least it controls those tests. The nonverbal IQ is something that is more related to the right hemisphere of the brain. So those were the significant findings that I had from the WACE.
Did you also do some memory testing with him?
I did, yes.
Okay, and could you explain that and your conclusions from that?
So
we played Go
So us
Fish
neuropsychologists have lots of memory tests that we like to administer because lots of neurologic disorders result in memory problems. Traumatic brain injury is definitely one. Alzheimer's disease or early Alzheimer's disease, absolutely, stroke. So there are common standardized neuropsychological tests that measure memory functioning. And we measure them in different domains, in verbal domains and in nonverbal domains. So might ask you to learn a list of words and repeat it back to me, and then repeat it back to me in 20 minutes. Might ask you to remember a story, a narrative, and recall that immediately, and then 30 minutes later. Or the nonverbal domain, looking at one's abilities to learn and recall spatial designs. And again, these are standardized tests. So we know where normal individuals of such and such age should be performing.
We're catching up with the last bit of yesterday's testimony before they start today.
What were the conclusions that you came to from the memory testing that you did?
So his verbal memory abilities, so his ability to recall words after learning them after several trials, or his ability to recall a story, we're in the low average to average range, right? And his nonverbal or visual memory abilities were exceptionally low. I mean, across the board and below the first percentile, meaning 99% of the population of his age, or the sample of his age from the normative sample, scores better than him. And that's a very significant finding for somebody like me in my profession.
And that low score and that percentage where 99% of the people score better than him, is that the areas that we're talking about? Are we talking about the area of the brain that regulates emotion?
Yes. I mean, so the memory, one of the correlates of memory, or neurologic correlates of memory, is an area of the brain called the hippocampus and the temporal lobes. And those areas are related, we know, because we have individuals that have damage to those areas. We see problems in those areas with Alzheimer's disease and related dementias, that those areas of the brain also are related to one's ability to regulate emotion.
I want to go back because I meant to ask you also, in what percentage of the population, you said that we have an 82 nonverbal IQ, a 105 verbal IQ, and you indicated that that's a significant split there. What percentage of the population has that kind of split?
Well, I believe 4 out of 100 would be, 4%.
And he falls into that 4%,
yes.
Obviously.
Yes. So 96%, obviously, of the population does better.
And so the impairment that we're talking about with him correlates, you indicated, with the right side of the brain?
Yes, it did. Not only
they go
from
to
the WACE,
Hutto
from the
High
intelligence
School
test,
in Texas.
that split, though the memory tests
were hippos
exceptionally low. That would be, we would localize that also to the right hemisphere as well.
And so what was what we call a full-scale IQ?
His full-scale IQ is a 91.
And what does that mean? What does the full scale mean versus verbal, nonverbal? Like, how do you put all that together?
Well, it's somewhat complicated because there is such a split. And you would expect that those two to be closer. We just know that his verbal abilities are average, and the nonverbal abilities are are in the low average range, as we would classify IQ. His general IQ, which is a 91, which is at the 27th percentile, right? So 73% of individuals his age score better, is in the average to low average range. And that's how you would classify his general intelligence.
How do you explain that, he's got an IQ that's in the average to low average range, but there's still a significant problem? How do we explain that?
Well, it's often that an individual can have an average IQ and still have, deficits related to specific parts of the brain. It's not mutually exclusive from having an average or low average IQ. What we see on neuropsych testing, the memory testing especially, is that there's unequivocal deficits in areas of cognitive functioning that are not mutually exclusive from having a low average or an average IQ.
And contributing to your conclusions, obviously, are what he reported to you that were corroborated by the medical records, those head injuries?
Certainly. Certainly the record from 2012 was very much consistent with the type of finding that I found on neuropsychological testing. We know that temporal part of the brain is related to memory functioning. We know that the right side where the injury is absolutely consistent with the findings on the Wechsler Adult Intelligence Scale and on the visual memory tests, and that those findings were abnormal, just as his medical record was. And there were other blows to the head. Just weren't as well documented, but in my experience, that obviously doesn't help. But there seemed to me to be a direct correlation in the medical record to the neuropsychological test findings.
And the impairments to the right part or right hemisphere of his brain, that is the area that controls things like perceptual reasoning, I think emotion regulation that we talked about, social comportment, those sorts of things?
That's correct, yes.
All right. May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
You may. Cross-examination.
There might be a one-line zinger here at the front when we talk about blows to the head.
Good afternoon, Dr. Woe.
Good afternoon.
Have you been able to attract more patients to your clinical program since last we spoke?
Yes, actually, we're moving forward.
I remember last time we spoke, you had indicated you had not been able to attract many since moving to New Mexico. So that's improving now?
Well, it's not that I haven't been able. It's a process. My practice in Naples was packed. We just moved there 2 years ago. Didn't know anybody. So it's a process.
Mm-hmm. And you indicated that the majority of your work currently, because you are still getting your clinical practice up and running after 2 years, it's been as an expert witness for court cases like this, right?
For this and for civil cases and for some research projects.
And as far as your criminal work, you estimated that about 99% of that work was on behalf of defense attorneys, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And back when your clinical practice was more up and running, you estimated that it was 50-50 between clinical work and expert witness work, but now it's predominantly expert witness work, right?
It was 50-50 right in Naples, depending on snowbird population. Mm-hmm. But yes, correct.
And I think you said when the snowbirds were away, it was more like 70-30 in favor of expert witness testimony, right?
Yes.
And isn't it true that you expect to have made at least $10,000 off this case alone by the time the trial's done?
Yes.
You based your evaluation of Mr. Nealy on your interview of him, your review of his school records, jail records, and medical records, as well as the testing you've talked about, right?
Yes.
You did not interview anybody else about any of these matters, right?
I did not.
And you did not review any police reports, right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. So not any reports about the present cases or about any previous incidents, right?
Correct, yes.
Let's see. You also got a family history for Mr. Nealy regarding the mental health of relatives to help inform your opinion as well, right?
I don't know if it actually assisted in informing my opinion, but I did get a brief family history.
That was specifically about mental health issues in his family, right?
Yes.
And you never reached out to any of those relatives, not his mother or anybody else, to talk about the accuracy of those statements?
I did not, no.
It also included Mr. Nealy's statements that his biological father had abused his mother when he was less than a year old, right?
That's what he told me, yes.
And you knew that he would not have been old enough to have any memory or knowledge of that himself at the time, right?
That would seem highly unlikely, I agree.
But you chose not to obtain any information from anyone who could have a first-hand account of it, right?
That's correct.
He also described his grandmother in his interview with you as a nut job, right?
That's what he said, yes.
Okay. And you didn't follow up on that either, right?
Correct. Yes.
He told you that he had been depressed as a teenager and nobody cared about that, right? That his family didn't notice.
I don't know if he used the word, they didn't care about that. I think it was the latter of what you said, that they didn't notice that he was depressed, according to him.
And you didn't contact anyone about that either, right?
Yes, I did not.
And isn't it true that later in the same interview, he told you that after becoming depressed at age 17, his family took him to therapy and he was prescribed antidepressants?
Yes, that's what he said.
Did that strike you, that he was inconsistent about such a basic issue like that?
Not necessarily, as far as my final opinion goes, no.
He also told you that he had been diagnosed with ADHD as a child as well, right?
Yes.
And that he had been placed on medication for that additionally, right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And he told you that he was not experiencing any anxiety, right?
When I saw him? Mm-hmm. Yes.
Now, if his parents didn't notice or didn't care about his mental health issues, it wouldn't make sense to you that they would have bothered to get him evaluated or put on ADHD medications, right?
Yes.
But again, you didn't follow up on any of that, right?
I did not.
And he claimed to have experienced homelessness around the age of 19, or he informed you that he had, right?
Yes, he did.
And the way he described it, he was just trying to survive and not be homeless around that time, right?
That's what he said, I believe.
Okay. And he didn't tell you that all he had to do was stop stealing from his parents and doing drugs in their house to be allowed to live there, right?
He didn't tell me that. I
forgot to mention that.
And you didn't ask them, right?
I did not.
So he didn't tell you that this period of homelessness was entirely by his own choice, did he?
He did not.
I'm taking an IQ test while I listen to this. First one I've ever had in
He
my
did
life.
tell you that around that period of time he had used LSD, psychedelic mushrooms, and marijuana, right?
That's correct. I think one time the LSD, 2 times the psilocybin, and then marijuana.
Mm-hmm. And you didn't ask him how often he had used marijuana, right?
I did not.
Okay. And you didn't speak to any of the other experts that he had interviewed with to talk about his drug use with them either, right?
That's correct. Yes.
So you weren't aware that he had reported that he was actually a heavy marijuana user during periods of time, right?
Well, the medical records sort of reflected that. I believe there's some diagnosis related to that.
Okay. And you noticed in those medical records that he had once been diagnosed with cannabis use disorder, right?
Yes.
And isn't it true that during your interviews with Mr. Nealy, the only mental health problem that Mr. Nealy had indicated was depression?
Yes.
And when you described when Mr. Nealy described the circumstances around the killing of his wife, he was very matter-of-fact about it with you, wasn't he?
Well, he really didn't describe the facts around any of these crimes. So I don't think I can answer that question.
When he told you about how he killed his wife?
He didn't tell me how he killed his wife.
Do you have a copy of your transcript from your deposition?
My transcript? No.
Do you recall talking to me about this?
I remember him mentioning it to me when she died, is what he said. Mm-hmm. And then he left, is all he said to me.
Do you recall remarking about how matter-of-fact he was about it?
I don't, no. But I'll take your word for it.
Give him a copy. Refresh his recollection.
No, you did continue interviewing him, and he told you, after he killed his wife, he went to Ohio, then to Texas, where he lived with his grandmother, right?
Yes.
And that's the same grandmother he had called a nut job earlier in the interview, right?
I don't know.
Okay. When you talked about the head injury in 2012 with him, he indicated that he believed his mood had worsened over time after the injury, but he indicated that was the only change, right?
I believe so, yes.
And even with the records you'd reviewed indicating that he had a blow to his head, you had some concerns about whether there was any chronic problems because of the lack of associated symptoms, right?
You'd have to recollect my memory with that.
I think you indicated that you would have expected him to have chronic headaches or something of that nature. Do you recall that?
I definitely would, and he, I believe, reported chronic headaches, if I'm not mistaken.
The copy of this definitely.
This IQ test. First of all, I'm going to share it with you if it gives me the answer without charging me money. I don't want you to have to pay to take an IQ test. But I'm stumped. I mean, they're just giving me questions that none of the right answers are there. I'm not doing well on this. I hope it's not a timed test. Is an IQ test timed?
Dr. Wu, I'd refer you to page 36, lines 21 to 23.
Thanks, Green.
Let me know once you've read it to see if that refreshes your recollection.
Sure.
Or, actually, I'm sorry. I got my head up.
I'm sorry, what was the number of the citation?
Just give me one moment.
It's numbers, guys. There's just boxes with numbers in them, and none of them make sense. To just choose a random number. It's not like math. It's just...
You know what? Let's just move on.
It's like... you can't find it? It's like a 4x4 grid with single-digit numbers in it, and they're like, which number's missing? Or what should go in this box? I don't know. It is a pattern.
Dr. Wu, you would usually expect to see headaches if there were chronic issues from an old head injury, and he didn't report those, right?
I believe, to answer your first question, yes, you might. It's not certain, but yes, you might. I believe that he reported that he experienced headaches for some time, but I don't remember the time frame. Exactly.
Now, you conducted testing on the defendant, and you indicated that his verbal and nonverbal scores were in the average and low average fields, respectively, right? Or categories.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, I know you gave a variety of tests, some of which included spelling words backwards and things of that nature. Was that at all related to explaining how you get to the IQ or how the variance of the IQ could be impacted in this case?
Well, I don't want to misspeak, but I don't believe I gave him any tasks on how to spell words backwards. That would be from the mini mental, a screen that's used by physicians and nurses and sometimes neuropsychologists, but I don't believe I gave him that particular task to do. And then if you could repeat the second part of the question, please.
I was asking if that would have some impact on your explanation for this variance, the testing you performed, where the verbal and nonverbal IQ were different.
I'm still trying to understand your question. If you're asking me, was there a pattern that was within the neuropsychological test consistent with the IQ test? Mm-hmm. Yes.
And you felt that the IQ may have changed at some point in his life, right? As a result of the injury or some other intervening
factor. If it was a result of, if that difference was a result of this injury, then it is possible.
Okay. But you indicated that you don't know for sure that that happened during the course of his life, right?
That's correct. Yes, I had no other IQ testing.
And you mentioned that about 4% of people will have a variance in verbal and nonverbal IQ, like the defendant presented in, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And that variance can be naturally occurring, right?
Well, when you say naturally occurring, it's anomalous. So it's a clinical finding. It can be naturally occurring in the sense that it could be related to a potential learning disability that somebody is born with is possible, specifically a nonverbal learning disability.
And that difference between verbal and nonverbal IQ can essentially mean nothing, right? It might not be a result of an injury or learning disability. It's possible it can just exist in a human being, right?
Well, it's difficult for me to say since we like to diagnose so much. I mean, it's abnormal. So it would be very rare if it. So therefore, it's not normal, by definition.
And so some of the factors that informed your conclusions were that the defendant had a mood disorder, difficulty comporting his behavioral traditionally, and he had a documented head injury from 2012, right? As far as your conclusion that this was a result of an injury.
You'd have to repeat the question again, I'm sorry.
Some of the factors that led you to the conclusion that the difference in IQ was a result of a head injury was that the defendant had a mood disorder, which was depression, difficulty comporting his behavior traditionally, and he had a documented head injury.
I don't know. I don't think that's accurate. I think what brought me to the final opinion that this was related to a right hemisphere head injury was that there was neuropsychological tests that were below the first percentile. There was medical records that show he had a blow to that part of the brain that would be measurable in the way that it was measured by neuropsych testing.
Okay, so just the IQ and the blow to the head was all you needed. Is that what you're saying?
Well, the records were important.
Mm-hmm. Now, that would be marked by a change in behavior, right? At the blow to the head.
It certainly could be, yes.
Okay. But this defendant had difficulty comporting his behavior traditionally as a teen before the head injury, right?
From the records that I saw, yes. Or from his self-report, yes.
Mm-hmm. And you're aware that Mr. Nealy engaged in violent behavior prior to that head injury as well, right?
I don't believe I no.
Okay. You're aware that he was diagnosed with the mood disorder depression well before the 2012 head injury, right?
Yes.
Still taking the test. This is hard.
And you don't have the education, license, or expertise to diagnosing actual medical problems, right? You're not a medical doctor.
I'm not a medical doctor, no.
Okay. Now, we've talked about a variety of things that you reviewed and a variety of things you did not review. You'd agree that more data points is better than less, right?
If it relates to what I'm evaluating.
Well, if you're evaluating behavior, more data points about the behavior would be helpful, right?
If I'm evaluating behavior, sure.
Sure. And in addition to medical records, police records would establish data points about behavior, wouldn't they?
I suppose it could, yes.
Now, you mentioned that you did look through the Metro Health records about the head injury. You mentioned that he had been assaulted. Is that how Mr. Nealy described it?
It's how he described it. It was also described that way within the medical records.
Well, don't the medical records indicate that Mr. Nealy was attempting to collect a debt when he got into a fight and then received the injury?
I believe that was part of the detail, yes.
So that's a little different than being assaulted, right?
No, he was, well, in the sense of me evaluating him as a neuropsychologist, he suffered a blow to the head, which was the assault. How it happened, why it happened, really is not important as far as doing neuropsychological testing.
Now, you've been clear that you didn't review any of the police records, but would it surprise you to learn that the defendant had been in trouble for stealing from Walmart prior to the head injury and also in trouble for stealing from Target after the head injury?
No, it would not.
And would it surprise you to learn that he had strangled his first wife during acts of domestic violence before the head injury and strangled his second wife after the head injury?
It would not, no.
Would it surprise you to learn that after the incidents of strangulation that the defendant made suicidal threats in an effort to avoid consequences for those strangulations?
I suppose it wouldn't. I mean, I haven't reviewed any of that information.
And you indicated that during the period that he was just trying to survive, that was his focus, which would have put us around that 2012 period. Would it surprise you that according to those records, the thefts were not for essentials to survive like food, they were for items like sunglasses, headphones, and music CDs?
Again, I didn't review those records, but it really doesn't, I suppose it wouldn't have any impact on my final opinion.
So it seems that the defendant was not a great historian of his own history in what he conveyed to you. Would you agree with that?
So my focus being mostly on whether or not there was evidence of brain damage or a neurocognitive problem from neuropsych testing. He seemed pretty consistent on providing the information as it related to the information that was integrated in my final opinion. There was some inconsistencies that you're pointing out. Sure, absolutely.
And the damage that you believe you've identified as the source for some of the behavioral issues he's had, you mentioned the damage could be to the hippocampus, which could impair emotional regulation and social comportment, right?
Yes.
But I think we've established that his emotional regulation and social comportment was bad before and after the injury, right?
Absolutely.
So his behavior really wasn't much different after the injury, was it?
I don't know, because I really didn't get into that. My job was to evaluate and see if there was a presence of brain damage. I didn't explain his behavior in any way as it related to that. My job was just to show if there was something that was there.
So your job was to get an answer that would be helpful for $10,000, not to look through too many reports, right?
No, my job was to perform an objective neuropsychological evaluation, which is what I did.
Whoa.
Redirect.
Cuts him off.
So I asked you on direct whether the testing that you did is standardized for a reason. So when the prosecution asks you, you didn't get any reports about this incident, you didn't get any prior reports involving somebody else, you didn't get this record, that record, or whatever, that would defeat the whole purpose of testing being standardized, wouldn't it?
Certainly. I mean, it is not necessary for me to have those records to do the type of testing that I did.
You're evaluating brain injury.
Potential brain injury,
Okay.
yes.
And so when you give standardized tests, they are called standardized because you are to give them the same way every time you give them, correct?
That is correct, yes.
So if you had this case here, where there are these 4 murders that happened a certain way, and then you go to John Smith over here on another day to evaluate him, where it's an aggravated assault, where he pushed someone into a pool table, and that pool table, he fell over that pool table. In either one of those instances, if you're asked to do your testing, you are going to give it in a standardized way. The IQ testing, the memory testing, whatever it is.
Absolutely, in all contexts.
And that's why it becomes objective. Is that right?
By definition, yes.
Thank you. Now, when Mr. Doig says he was stealing from the Walmart before and he stole from the Walmart after, would that surprise you? Those kinds of things, the things he's talking about, stealing, or he said he had problems with social comportment before these incidences here. You remember him asking me about that? But in this instance, he took that social comportment to a whole different level, right? In this case right here.
Yeah, I suppose so, yes. I mean,
and we have 3 murders here, right?
For sure.
4.
Fortunately.
Now, you know that the defense team is appointed to represent Mr. Nealy in this case, right?
Yes.
And as such, we are required to get court permission and ask the court to appoint experts in this case. Do you know that?
Yes.
And so you are likewise aware that our funds are limited. We're not cutting you checks, right?
That is correct, yes.
In fact, you don't get paid by us at all, do you?
No, I am being paid by the state of Florida.
Mr. Doig was asking you about the scores on the verbal and nonverbal being in the average to the low average range. Do you remember him asking
Yes.
you that? Is the importance of those scores that each of them are in the low average to average range, or is the importance of those scores the split?
Well, obviously it's the latter as to what I testified to, and that it's a fairly rare finding and it points to an abnormality. So it's the split.
And your testimony is that the split in his verbal and nonverbal IQ is abnormal.
Yes.
And you're basing that not just on what he told you, but on all the medical records and the injuries that you've indicated to this jury today.
Yes.
And standardized testing.
And standardized neuropsychological testing, yes.
Thank you.
He wants to charge me $1.95 to find out if I'm smart enough. took the test. I'm not sure if I passed or failed. Must have charged me $1.
That's it for today.
Okay, we're caught up.
All right, members of the jury, we're going to adjourn a little bit earlier than we have been, so not a bad thing. So we'll see you tomorrow at 9:15. I do have a bit of a motion calendar, so we'll start then. We might be able to adjourn early tomorrow as well. We'll tell you a whole lot more about that tomorrow, okay? So we'll see you at 9:15.
Okay, so this was yesterday's. We're going to transition here just a little bit and jump ahead to today's so we can get all the way caught up.
We could probably dispense with it if we just have use this Benson listen to the jail call. We won't have to admit it or call Anderson about it. All right.
They're talking about what they're going to do today. Listen to a jail call.
All right, so I have Detective Anderson here, so we don't have to call him and wait for him to drive all the way down from Tarpon Springs. It's not that far, but it does take a long time to get here from Tarpon Springs. All right, so I think this is probably the best way to do things is we'll complete the testimony tomorrow. I think it would be a good idea to go over the jury instructions. I think it's a good idea that before we have closing arguments, everyone understands what all the alleged mitigating circumstances are. We may group some of them. Sometimes they can be grouped. Obviously, you can argue about all the
last thing yesterday.
Subsets and the subsections of all the issues, but we'll see how that goes. So if the defense could get me a list of all of those tomorrow. I know that the defense has a proposed final jury instructions. We'll go over those. We'll go over the ones that are a rough draft that I gave you weeks ago.
Okay, we're done. We're done. We're bailing.
I think that way we can all be organized for closings on Friday.
Closing on Friday.
Keep in mind that the only issues are aggravating factors for the state and rebutting, mitigating the circumstances. So as long as you're talking about that, aggravating factors and rebutting, mitigating the circumstances, you're not going to get into any troubles. That's the way to do it. And then obviously the defense can't get into public policy arguments and that sort of thing. And then if anyone's going to show any sort of demonstrative evidence, show the other side ahead of time. Who's going to do the closings? Mr. Sarabia and Ms. Alvin, right? Oh, the ordinance. Okay.
I allowed them to.
All right. All right. Well, that was nice of you. So I remember one time we had a big issue with one of your demonstratives. Remember that?
So I do remember that, and I'm having my office do some last-minute research to see whether or not that's going to be something that I'm going to try again. But I will let you know, and I'll let the state know if that's something that I plan on trying again. But I'm only going to do it if I think that I can do it, and I'll let you know in advance.
Okay. Very good. And so then in the afternoon we'll be able to type up all the final jury instructions, and then we'll be able to copy them and all that. And then on Friday, I'm going to go ahead and do my calendar. I think we can get closings done by, or we can start closings at 10. And then normally these things, as far as the deliberations, really don't take that long. If it was a guilt phase, it could get up to 5 hours. Normally something like this doesn't take long. But I don't know if it's going to take longer when there is no guilt phase, because even though maybe they're not supposed to do that, a lot of times they'll talk about the penalty phase and the guilt phase and sort of work out deals. So obviously that's not going to happen. It might take a little bit longer, but it's still not going to take very long. So
work out deals.
One of the things we haven't talked about is that during deliberations, the jurors have to be sequestered. But I think if we start this Friday morning, I don't think there's any way that they're going to be deliberating past the time when they have to be sequestered. And maybe both parties will waive that anyway.
I doubt it.
Judge, I'm going to say for now, we probably won't see this.
Waive it.
Probably.
All right. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be an issue. Obviously, just a reminder, even though probably everybody knows, the state goes first with the closing argument, then the defense, and that's it. There's really no time limit on these, except for the fact there is the law of diminishing returns, where sometimes the jurors have to serve enough, so you have to keep that in mind. All right, anything else we should talk about at this point? All right, so we'll see you at 9:15. We should be done in the morning with the testimony, right?
Right.
All right, then.
Okay.
It gives you plenty of time in the afternoon to draft a nice, tight closing argument. Okay, so we'll see you tomorrow at 9:15.
Okay, so while they call a break, we're going to go and catch up with what happened starting at 9:15 this morning, which is, if you'll wait for just a second, let's see if we can find this here. Oops, wrong button. There we go. Okay, they are not done with testimony yet this morning, so we're going to pick up where we left off, and we're going to be, I think, right about here.
Are all the jurors here?
All the jurors are here, yeah.
You're here, okay.
Okay, this is today. We're catching up. So we are 2 hours behind, or a little less than. We're on 1.25 speed still. When this is done, we're going to go to BK documents this afternoon. We've got some interesting ones we're going to pick out from the 314, which we have downloaded. Thanks to Amber over at Discord for staying up all night reading them for us. We are going to cover more documents, but we're not going to read every single one. We've sort of picked out a few that are particularly interesting.
Your sheet's not on there. Okay, there we go.
Bouncy bailiff is
All right, ma'am,
intense.
hang in there. Can you hear me? Okay, you can go ahead and unmute yourself. There's a microphone with a red line through it, so if you can just click on that. There you go.
Got it. Can you hear me now?
All right, very good. So we're going to bring the jury in, and then we'll place you under oath, and then you'll answer some questions. All right, so let's bring the jurors in.
Okay, I'm now doing another IQ test, which says it's free. If I had a high IQ, I would have searched for free IQ test first before I just searched for online IQ test. Clearly, that was one of the tests. I failed, but I'm going to do another IQ test now and hopefully get the results that I can share with you live. To our general disappointment is my presumed result here. First question's a doozy. Got it. Okay. This one's harder. Must be legit. Seems different.
Turn jury box and seated.
Welcome back, members of the jury. Anyone have any issues with hearing or seeing anything regarding this case? All right, anyone shaking their head no? Defense, please call your next witness.
Michelle Justice.
Okay. Ma'am, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Very good. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. If you would, ma'am, please introduce yourself to our jurors and spell your last name.
Michelle Justice, Justus.
All right, and Miss Justice, where do you live?
I live in Middleburg Heights, Ohio.
All right, and are you employed?
I am.
And where do you work?
I work at Target.
All right, and did you used to work
Target.
at Chupa's supermarket?
I did.
Okay, and how long did you work there?
10 years.
And what did you do there?
I was the cashier manager.
All right, do you know Shelby Nealy?
I do.
Did he used to work at Chupa's supermarket?
He did.
And what did he do there?
He was a cashier.
All right, I want to turn your attention to the summer of 2016. Shelby was a cashier at that time?
Yeah,
All right, and did you know that he was married at that time?
I did.
All right, and his wife's name was Jamie?
Yeah.
All right. When Shelby would come to work, would you often see bruises, scratches, even a black eye one time?
There were several occasions, yes, when he came in and one time he had a black eye, several times his arms were all scratched and bruised.
Did there come finally a point when you saw it enough times that you wanted to know why he had those marks on him?
I did ask him why he had those marks.
And what did he respond to you?
He told me that his wife was pregnant and that she was supposed to be taking medication. She could not take the medication because she was pregnant, and it made her mean and violent.
And did his wife ever call the store?
She called the store quite a number of times.
And what was her demeanor? How was she acting when she would call the store?
Well, at the end of the day, we never knew what time we were going to get out. We had work to finish, and it was never a certain time. So if he was not out by 9 o'clock, she would continuously call the store telling us that he needs to come out now, and she was very demanding about it.
Did there ever come a time when she came to the store when you were there?
Yes, there was one specific time that I remember. She parked across the street in the employee parking lot and was yelling across the street that he needed to come out right this minute.
You found out sometime later that Shelby was arrested for killing Jamie, is that right?
Correct, I saw it on the news.
Did that surprise you and the other workers and the people at Chupa's?
It's sustained. If you want to rephrase the question, you can.
That's fine, Judge. Ms. Justice, did you know that while Shelby was working at Chupa's supermarket, were there complaints, or did you have knowledge, I guess, that other workers in the store had these same kind of issues and seen the same kind of bruising?
Yeah, it was very obvious. We all noticed the bruises and the scratches and his demeanor when he came in.
All right.
A lot of times he seemed, I would have to say the word is defeated.
All right, thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Ms. Justice. Can you hear me okay?
Good morning. Yep.
In terms of the injuries or any violence or the reasons for any violence, all of that was based on what the defendant, Shelby Nealy, told you, correct?
Correct.
You never saw any violence between these two people?
I did not.
And obviously you weren't there at the home to see what was going on and what led to any of these encounters, correct?
Correct.
I don't have any more questions. Thank you, Judge.
Any redirect?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right. Defense, please call your next witness.
Raul Vamasco or something?
Right, please, sir.
We've talked to everyone who ever worked at Chupa's Marketplace now.
This way, please, sir. Just watch your steps. Please speak into the microphone. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Good morning.
If you could please tell the jury your full name.
Raul S. Banasco, R-A-U-L, S, middle initial, Banasco.
And Mr. Banasco, tell the jury a little bit about your employment background.
I have over 39 years in the corrections profession. Started my social services profession in New York in case management with juveniles, and then relocated to Florida in 1988, in which I did 20 years with the Florida Department of Corrections. Started my profession as a corrections officer at the state prison in Orlando, and over the next 7 years served in a variety of positions as classification officer, classification supervisor, as well as a classification supervisor at Polk Correctional, and then promoted to be an assistant warden at Martin Corrections Institution down south, and then got promoted to Tomoka Correctional Institution as an assistant warden 2 for 5 years, and then made warden at Hernando Correctional Institution in Brooksville, and then got promoted to headquarters as a director of training at the Department of Corrections. And after 20 years, was asked to join the Orange County Corrections Department in Orlando, where I served as the major for 2 years, went on to be the chief, deputy chief for Osceola Corrections, did about 25 years in the Florida system, then went over to do some nonprofit reentry work with Bridges of America, and then went on to run various jails in Texas from San Antonio, Fort Worth, Austin, as well as St. Louis. So in the profession for 39 years in the corrections field.
Okay. Wow. Working in corrections, and particularly when you are in a supervisory capacity, do you sometimes have to make unpopular decisions?
Unfortunately, being a jail, a corrections administrator, I mean, one of the things we know is we are educated, we get certifications as jail managers, corrections executives. We're appointed by many of elected officials, in which I've had many years, served in those positions where you have to deal with adversity in the culture of the corrections profession, where there's inmate abuse or staff negligence, and in many cases, you make some unpopular decisions. I know in my career I've had to do that. In Osceola County, we had an escape in which I had to be the one to be responsible to deal with discipline. My chief had retired at the time, had to dismiss 42 employees because there was an escape that took place of a violent life inmate at that jail.
Under your watch, someone escaped and you fired everyone under you?
Upset associations. Also in St. Louis, one of my other assignments, where I had to take actions and command staff. Actually, some of them are serving federal prison because of violating civil rights. So at the end of the day, being a corrections administrator, it's not a popular job, it's a very tough job, and we do get attention, and often it's not what is perceived in the media, but we have to make sure public safety and be a good steward over our taxpayer dollars.
And some of the things you just talked about, did that actually make the news media and
Yes, Osceola County did. That's my home county, in which there was a little blurb that I was fired, or actually a racist, because I actually terminated all races, Hispanics, African Americans, and Anglos. And in St. Louis, because I had to clean up the mess, that also made some news. But since then, have served in many other capacities. But it's just the call of the job.
I'm racist.
Were you fired?
I terminated all racists.
After completing 39 years of working in corrections in the various capacities that you described to the jury, have you done some consulting work where you have been recognized by courts as what's referred to as a prison expert?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And where have you been recognized as a prison expert?
In the state of Louisiana, Georgia, South Carolina, about the majority of all the counties here in Florida, as well as in New York and some other, I'm trying to think whether it's California, I've done some work as well.
Okay. And prison expert, presumably because of the things you learned in the 39 years that you worked for the various corrections institutions.
Correct.
All right. Particularly as it relates to Florida and the Florida Department of Correction. That's where people end up going when they're convicted and sentenced to prison. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Whether they're sentenced to serve a life sentence without parole in the Florida prison system, or whether they're sentenced to death row, that's all within the Florida Department of Correction. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And did you develop an expertise both as it relates to general population in the prison setting and also death row?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware of how many inmates are currently serving life sentence in the Florida Department of Correction without possibility of parole?
Approximately 267, 68, according to the Department of Corrections website.
Life or on death row?
Excuse me, on death row, 267 lifers. We have about 11,000 of the 88,000 population as of today.
Okay, so about 11,000 serving life sentence without possibility of parole.
Correct.
And when you're serving a life sentence without possibility of parole, that means ultimately the only way you're leaving is when you die.
Correct. You're going out in a body bag.
Right? Mm-hmm. Yes?
Yes, sir.
And that's true whether you're on death row or serving a life sentence, correct?
Correct, yes.
All right. Now, could you describe to the jury the life in prison for an inmate serving a life sentence in general population? What is that life like?
Being a warden at several maximum security prisons, a life of an individual serving life in the prison system and facility is you get up at 4 o'clock in the morning, it's time to march to the chow hall, you will have about 5 to 6 minutes to eat your meal, and then you will move forward back to your housing unit for count. At that time, after count's clear, you will go to work. Every inmate in the Florida prison system, with the exception of death row, is required to work up to 60 hours a week. There is no option. They are the individuals who have to keep the upkeep of the prison. They have manual lawnmowers. We have to provide 15,000 meals a day, launder clothes. We keep up with the painting, anything to do with these aging prisons. At the end of the midday, you have another count in which you have to go back to your dormitory. You're told to sit on your bunk. You get counted again, and we go through the same process in the afternoon for the evening. Throughout the process, you have to follow the rules and regulations of the prison system. And if you have time, then you can benefit from your privileges, which are visits on the weekends or weekdays, have access to tablets, and anything else as far as recreation. So but pretty much 24/7, you're told what to do, you're required to work.
Teenage life.
And if you refuse to work, then there's consequences for that.
When you're serving a life sentence in general population, do you have your own private room?
No.
Do you have your own private television?
No.
Thank you. Okay. When you first arrive, and are you assigned any particular type of work?
So if I can walk you through the process, when an inmate is sent to a state prison system, they will end up at a reception center. In this geographical area, they end up at the Central Florida Reception Center. Within the 6 to 12 weeks, you're processed, your head is shaved as a male. As a woman, your hair is trimmed down very short, and you will go through an assessment process. You end up at a permanent prison where the need and the vacancies of the beds are at. And basically, you go through an assessment process in which you are assigned a housing unit. You're assigned an environment where you sleep with other inmates. It's a communal environment. You share the same toilets, same showers. You have to have a community environment to watch a TV. There is nothing individually. Basically, it's almost like the military bunks. You're required to work and live within other inmates within that population.
Is there a particular type of job that generally is assigned to a newly arrived inmate?
Yeah, we often say in classification, you better start at the bottom and work your way up. You're going to cook, and you're going to learn how to cook, or you're going to be pushing a lawnmower out in 100 degrees heat. After a period of time, anywhere from 3 to 6 months, when you show some responsibility, where you're showing up because it's a job. You don't get paid, you don't get compensated. So you're required to be evaluated by the officers or the civilian staff, wherever you're assigned. And after a period of time when classification reviews your records and you can put in for more positions that are available, whether they're in the wellness program, in the library, or working in the chapel, or working your way into other responsible positions, then they'll do an assessment of you from classification, and they will give you that opportunity. But you have to work your way into those jobs of responsibility to show your worth.
Okay. Is there a concern when, if you're provided, you're working, and whether it's the initial job of pushing a lawnmower or other jobs that you may get promoted to based on behavior, right?
Correct.
Your ability to follow rules?
Yes.
Okay. How about access to tools that might possibly be used as weapons?
Like hammers.
Well, that has changed drastically in the Department of Corrections. In 2003, when I was a warden, we had an unfortunate situation where an officer was murdered. So anyone who is serving a life sentence or have any kind of violent crimes will never have access to Class AA tools. Those are hammers, screwdrivers, any pliers, anything that can harm someone. Those individuals will never have access to those tools. They only have access to their hands, and basically that's about it, a broom maybe.
Okay. Let's switch and let's give what happens to someone who is sentenced to die by execution in the state of Florida. What happens when they leave the county jail, and so to give them the preview of that.
So when an individual is sentenced to death, the process is a little slightly different. They will not go to their local reception center. They will go straight to RMC in Rayford, Florida, where they would be processed within 24 hours. From that point, they're taken over either FSP or Union Correctional Institution, in which they're placed in a single cell after they're assessed, and they're provided with their own environment. They basically live in an environment that's 5 by 8. Now, keeping in mind through the classification process, so if they're sentenced to be executed, they have 2 methods in the State Department of Corrections, either by lethal injection or the electric chair, as we often call it, sparking. So they only have one time, one opportunity to decide the method of which they want to be executed. If they choose not to, the default as of February of this year is to be through lethal injection.
Okay.
Thank you, Don.
When So you indicated that someone who's on death row is in basically a 5x8 cell?
Correct. 5x8. The individual has their own TV. They have their own sink, their own toilet. We often call it the bread and breakfast of the Florida Department of Corrections because their clothes is starched and ironed and brought to them. Their meals are brought to them. Chaplaincy services are brought to them. Classification medical come to their cell for the most part. But they're also allowed to have some other liberties, which has changed in the last several years, where now inmates on death row have their own tablets. They can communicate. They can text family and friends. They also have a lot of out-of-cell time in which they have day room, recreation, and they also have contact visits as well. So now they have mirrored the same environment of those serving life in general population, with the exception that they have their own cell and don't have to have any kind of shareable environments.
Okay, so basically they have their own private cell.
Yes.
You'd indicated, I believe, that there's 11,000 people
private room,
serving
3
life,
hots and a cot,
approximately, and about 267 people on death row.
Yes.
Awaiting execution.
Yes.
Okay. Is there an sort of an average period of time that people would stay on death row? Do you know?
Last time I reviewed the Department of Corrections records, about 23 years they sit on death row before they're executed.
Okay. Did you, in preparing for your testimony here today, did you review some Pinellas County Jail classification records? And I marked that they've been marked as Defense Exhibit 25A and B, which is in this folder. Did you review these?
Yes.
Okay. Earlier, we took a look at Exhibit 26, which is the medical records. It's basically 2 banker's boxes, right?
Yes.
Did you also review those in preparation for your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, this time we would move to enter into evidence Defense Exhibit 25A, B, and 26.
Okay. All right. Eric did it.
Okay. In reviewing the records, did you notice that for the majority of the time that Shelby Nealy has been in either Pinellas County Jail or Pasco County Jail, for the majority of the time, not the entire time, but for the majority of the time that he was in protective custody?
Yes, he was.
All right. Based on your experience in corrections, and you have an experience not only at the Department of Corrections level, but also at the local level, right, in Orange County. Based on your experience, will a jail facility or the jail administration place someone in protective custody just because the person wants to be in protective custody?
No.
Okay. Might they put someone in protective custody because of the notoriety of their case?
Yes.
Might they put someone in protective custody because the person is of small stature?
Yes.
Okay. And is the primary concern for protective custody safety?
Safety for the staff and the overall security of the jail.
Okay. All right. And when you're in protective custody, you have your own private cell, right?
For the most part, yes.
For the most part. In the local jails, anyways.
And most jails, they're designed a little different, but for the most part, they usually have their own cell or they have a bunkie that's also protective custody. It's a smaller unit.
Okay. All right. Did you review the classification records and the jail records? In reviewing those, were you able to determine whether or not Shelby Nealy had any behavior problems while incarcerated here in the Pinellas County Jail or Pasco County Jail?
Still working on the
reviewing the
test.
records, there was no indication that he received any kind of negative infraction, nor any kind of disciplinary reports. In fact, looked at the incident reports, how they shake down the cells, which is a common practice in corrections, make sure there's no contraband, and all the shakedowns that took place that he was involved with, there was no contraband. So he didn't have anything that was concerning as far as his violating any rules or not following the procedures as required by both jails.
Okay. And unfortunately, both in the local jails and in the Department of Corrections, contraband does surface.
Yes, it does.
Contraband can be narcotics.
Yes.
Cigarettes.
Yes.
And you know, any object that's not officially provided by the facility itself.
Yes.
Okay. And so during the 6 years that Shelby Nealy has been in the county jail, there's been no problems with Mr. Nealy?
Not according to the records I reviewed.
And when they go in to do these surprise shakedowns, they've never found contraband in his cell?
Correct.
Okay. Is that important for purposes of your evaluation as to how Shelby Nealy might do should he be sentenced to serve the remainder of his life in the Florida Department of Corrections?
Yes. When I sit down and have my in-person structured interview, review the records, The adjustment that takes place at a local detention center also will bleed over into the state prison system. So I review his incident reports, any type of disrespectful behavior amongst the staff, volunteers, or other inmates, any kind of violent acts or incidents involving anything related to physical contact with offenders or staff. That's very important because it shows the behavior while they're in that environment. Are they performing or acting in a positive institutional adjustment? So those are all indicators that they're following the rules and abiding by what is expected of them. Yes.
Okay. And I should have asked you, so we talked about the fact that you reviewed records, right?
Yes.
Did you also interview Shelby Nealy before you finalized any thoughts and conclusions about his case?
Yes, met with him on May 3rd, 2025 at the Pickles County Jail, had an in-person structured interview with him.
Okay, and what's the purpose of that interview?
The purpose of that interview, someone with years of experience like myself, I take away a lot from their demeanor, their posture, communicating with them, learning a little about their background, where their family's from, what is his behavior or his concerns while he's in that environment. I don't talk about the crime because my role is to assess their prison and jail environment. Also review the Department of Corrections. He was technically never in there. He had another charge. But basically talk to him and see where he's at and what he's done while he's been in the county jail, look at his education, any of the achievements that he's tried to do positively, as well as discuss any negative behavior that I come across in the records.
Okay. And what did you walk out with? What were your thoughts after you met with Mr. Nealy as it relates to the purpose that you're here?
Well, what I walked away from, in my opinion, is you had an individual who's been in the county jail for over 6 years. He's following the rules. He was in Pasco County where we had no issues. But also, during my discussion and verifying documents while he's been sitting in the county jail, he's done some positive things. And as a jail administrator or corrections professional, he went ahead and obtained his high school diploma, his GED. He went ahead and got his certification as a paralegal. So he used his idle time to have something positive to focus on. At the end of the day, didn't see anything negative. We talked about the fact that he was in protective custody, and that was something that many of us who work jails, we do that because of high notoriety cases. But at the end of the day, he was very respectful, talked about his mother, his stepfather, who was very supportive, and talked to me a little about his upbringing and his religion belief. Basically, get a good assessment on his overall personality, and the individual in front of me, did it mirror the documentation I was reading.
Okay. Do all inmates in the Department of Correction engage in productive behavior?
Unfortunately, no.
Okay. Many continue to get in trouble even once they're behind bars?
Yes, they do.
Both at the local level and at the Department of Corrections?
Yes.
Okay. But that was not the case with Mr. Nealy?
No.
Okay. Is it your opinion that in the event that the jury was to allow Shelby Nealy to die in prison of natural causes, that he might be able to be productive and helpful to others?
I think so. In reviewing his records and in talking to him, one of the things that he talked about was wanting to serve as a catalyst or a mentor to the other inmates. And one of the things we know in the Florida prison system, as a former warden, when inmates come into all our prisons, they go through an orientation process. And we have this program known as lifers. Those inmates who are serving life, they sort of have an orientation with these individuals coming in. Many of them have a short sentence. And the expectation as a warden is that they give them guidance. Let them know, look at me, I'm going to die in prison. This is not what you want to do. And when you get out, do not reoffend. Don't find yourself in this circumstance. And also because they're lifers, there's programs in the prison system that we can use them to our benefit. We don't have enough teachers. He's an individual who has a high school diploma. If he works his way into positions of more trust, he can even work in the education department, provide as an education aide to help other inmates get their high school diploma, as well as even in the library. So there's some things that he's worked on while he's been in jail that the Department of Corrections could benefit from.
Okay. Assuming he did all those things, assuming he advances and is teaching and sharing and helping and he's a model prisoner, does that have any impact on him dying in prison should he be sentenced to life in prison without parole?
It would be the same outcome, sir.
Okay, he would die in prison.
He's going to die in prison.
Did you discuss with Shelby Nealy the idea of being in the general population?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did he tell you that he was not concerned about being in, that he was okay with being in the general population?
From what I remember, he said he didn't have an issue with it. He just wanted to be productive.
Okay.
Beat 4 people to death with a
bad things,
hammer.
unfortunately, happen in prison as well?
Yes.
Violent crimes happen in prison?
Yes.
Okay. He's of small stature, right?
Yes.
Despite the fact that he told you that he was not concerned about going to prison, is it your impression that maybe part of the reason why he has been wanting to remain in protective custody is that he is concerned?
Well, in talking with him, he was concerned at the local level, but not. I didn't indicate if he got sent to the prison system there was a concern.
Okay, all right. So from what he told you, he didn't tell you that he was concerned?
No.
Okay. And when someone goes to prison, and then when there's a court hearing and people testify, sometimes the information that's provided in an open courtroom may become available in the prison setting, right?
There is no secrets in prisons and jails. Yes,
okay.
Sir.
And you know, the idea, if he was to say that I'm afraid of going to prison, could potentially cause problems for him in general population of prison.
Yes.
Okay. How about you?
Okay, so I finished my second IQ test, and it also wants me to pay $1.95.
Thank you.
Even though it said it was free. Apparently the testing part was free, the results. So now I've Googled for totally free test and I found one that charges $10.
You currently serve as administrator for the Travis County Jail in Texas, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in that position, you're a public employee, right?
Yes, I am.
Okay. But you also make money sort of moonlighting as a defense expert for cases like this, right?
I don't think it's moonlighting, but I'm an adjunct professor, expert witness, and actuary, and auditor.
Well, this is not your full-time job, right? Your full-time job is to be a public employee administrator at the jail,
correct,
right?
Yes.
Okay. And you make between 20 and 25% of your annual income from doing consulting work and testifying like this for defense attorneys, right?
Probably, yes.
Despite being a public employee at that jail, right?
Yes.
And you've never been hired as a consultant for cases like this by a prosecutor's office, have you?
No.
And you've been doing this sort of work for decades now, but for the past 5 to 8 years, you've focused on resentencing and death penalty work, right?
Correct.
So you do this in multiple states, right?
Yes.
And isn't it true that you expect to have made more than $5,000 off your work in this case alone by the time you finish testifying?
Approximately $4,200 as of today. Yes, approximately.
So more than $4,000?
Yes.
And none of this testimony is part of your public position, right?
No, it's not. I take leave when I do this work.
So you testified today that you reviewed the defendant's jail records, talked to him, and essentially you believe he would be a well-behaved inmate in prison, right?
All the records indicate that, yes, sir.
And those same records show that due to the notoriety of the case, he's been in protective custody for essentially the entire time he's been in the county jail, right?
Yes.
So in reality, Shelby Nealy has not had much interaction with other inmates while being in custody. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And in your experience, the rate of disciplinary problems for inmates in protective custody is less than inmates in general population anyway, right?
For the most part, yes.
So you don't know how he'd do in prison.
Because in your experience, you often see inmates in general population engage in fights and what you have referred to previously as gladiator school behavior, right?
Yes.
But that's not possible without access to other inmates, right?
Yes.
So it should be no surprise that Mr. Nealy hasn't had a history of those sort of violations because in reality he's had little opportunity to misbehave, hasn't he?
Correct. But if
in your opinion, you feel that it would be better to put him in general population, and I believe you've used the term sweat equity in his sentence in the past, right?
Yes.
And that sweat equity wouldn't involve helping anyone in the community outside the prison, would it?
Absolutely not.
Okay. So the jobs he'd be doing would, at least in the beginning, be cutting grass in the prison or making food for other inmates in the prison, right?
Yes.
And you said none of those jobs would involve him having access to hammers, right?
Correct. Class A, AA tools, as we refer to them.
Okay. Now, you mentioned in your direct examination that if he gets a life sentence, he'll never walk out of the prison. That's it, right?
Never.
But isn't it true that laws can change, sentences can be commuted, and you know that inmates who've been sentenced to life have actually been released from prison, right?
Those who've been sentenced to life with parole eligibility, I'm familiar with those. But in my experience, I haven't seen someone in my years serving life with no parole be released.
But Mr. Bonasco, you said you're an expert in this, you teach this, you've researched it, and you know that that's happened, don't you?
Oh, there are cases are acquitted or they go back and they do get released, yes.
And you're aware what a sentence commutation is, right?
Yes.
And that happens too, right?
Yes, it does.
Now, Mr. Bonasco, I think you talked a little bit about the controversies after you've exited some of your previous positions, right?
Yes.
And some of the complaints against you have involved allegations of a lack of professionalism, a lack of integrity, and a lack of ethical conduct, right?
According to the media, yes.
Well, not only according to the media, but according to the leadership staff of your prison, right?
Be specific.
Do you recall the letter signed by 55 members of your staff in St. Louis to the county administrator?
St. Louis County, yes. That's part of the whole thing, the whole complaint, that I was cleaning house, yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Oh, here we go. The dirt. He's digging the dirt up. Sorry, I'm taking a timed test now, which is going to cost me $10.
Mr. Anderson, could you flip through
It's harder.
what I've just handed to you?
Question. What is the opposite of strange?
Do you recognize it?
Yes, I'm familiar with this.
Okay.
Familiar.
Now, you said that those complaints were anonymous, right?
Well, anonymous because it was all based on basically culture shift and nothing factual.
Didn't the document that you just reviewed list the names, the titles, and the signatures of 55 of the employees of that jail?
Yeah, 55 out of 500, yes, sir.
If it lists the name, the rank, and the signature of those employees, does that sound anonymous to you?
Excuse me, let me correct my word. They were non-factual complaints.
So you disagree?
I disagree.
Okay. Now, you also said that you based your decision that this defendant would be a good inmate on your interview with him and your review of his jail records. And you did not review anything about his cases, right?
Correct.
So you didn't review any of the reports detailing how he killed 4 people?
No, I just read, the only thing I reviewed was the booking sheet, which shows that he was charged.
Okay, and you didn't review any other criminal records or anything of that nature?
No.
But you're here to tell the jury that the defendant would make a good inmate anyway, right?
Based on his adjustment in the county jails, yes, sir.
And that testimony today comes at a cost of $225 an hour, right?
For testimony, yes.
Mm-hmm. And none of that is part of your job in Texas, is it?
No, it's not.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. May I redirect?
The hourly rate that you receive for your services, that's a rate that's approved by the state of Florida?
Yes.
It's one that we have to seek permission from the court and from the state of Florida for you to get paid?
Yes, sir.
And it's what you get paid when you testify in these type of cases, right?
Yes.
Okay. You were asked if you had ever been hired by the prosecution in these type of cases, right?
Yes.
Okay. Certainly, would you be willing to consult with the prosecution? Should they want to talk to you?
Yes, I would.
Might you be able to help them educate jurors about death row?
Yes.
Okay. Because you're familiar with it?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And the difference between life in prison and death row. You would be able to educate them about that as well, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you were asked about the fact that laws may change, right?
Yes.
As it relates to whether or not he's going to die in prison or not.
Yes.
Okay. Currently, the law is he's going to die in prison.
Yes.
Okay. And what, as it relates to laws changing, the death penalty could change too, right?
Correct.
It could be abolished.
Yes.
In fact, it's abolished throughout most of the world, right?
Yes.
And throughout most of the United States.
Yes.
Okay. Individuals who are in protective custody, I think you indicated that generally they get in less trouble than people that are in general population.
Yes, because the population is a lot smaller.
Sure. And with the exception of about 2 months in Pasco County, where Shelby Nealy was in general population, he's been in protective custody.
Yes.
Okay. But during the 2 months that he was in general population in Pasco County, did he get in any trouble?
No. In fact, in reviewing the records, at one point, the classification department had classified him that he would be eligible to be a trustee.
Okay. Because of his good behavior.
Correct.
And what's a trustee?
Trustee is an individual in a jail environment that they help with the food trays, clean up the dormitories, those auxiliary, almost like in a prison, orderlies. Basically, they've shown good behavior and they let them do some of these higher responsibilities.
Okay. Despite the fact that people in protective custody may get in less trouble because they're in protective custody, do people in protective custody from time to time violate the rules of the jail?
In my years of experience, yes, they have, both in jails and in prison.
They get sanctioned with what's called DRs?
They're required to follow all the rules to avoid any disciplinary report. Yes, sir.
Contraband sometimes is found in their cells?
Yes.
Okay. None of that ever happened with Shelby Nealy over the past 6 years?
None of the records indicated that.
Okay. I believe you were asked by Mr. Doig about the work that inmates have to do, the 60 hours a week, that, with the exception of people on death row. But people serving life, they have to work, right?
Yes.
And you were asked the question of, that doesn't benefit anyone outside of the prison system. Was that, you recall that question?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And I believe your answer was, yes, it doesn't benefit anyone outside the prison system, right?
Correct.
Okay. However, is it not true that the people that work within the prison system benefits our society in the sense that it saves the taxpayers funds that are required to run the prison?
That is correct, yes, sir.
You were asked about this being a second job.
Correct.
You were asked about, it was described as moonlighting.
Yes.
Okay, that might be one way to describe it, right? Okay, but the bottom line is, there's nothing wrong with having a second job, right?
No.
Some people have 3 jobs.
Hey, I've raised 3 kids. I've had to.
Okay, and does the fact that you do have this second part-time job, does that interfere with your ability to do your other job?
Absolutely not, because I take leave to avoid any kind of impropriety views. No, correct, nothing at all.
In the 39 years that you worked in corrections, did you ever see an inmate who was convicted and sentenced to die in prison of natural causes for a brutal murder who was released from prison?
In my years of experience, no, sir.
Okay. That's all I have.
All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Or you have questions?
Mr. Benasco, you said that you've never seen anyone sentenced to life for something like this who's gotten out. Are you familiar with Nathan Ramirez?
No, sir.
So you're not familiar that he was sentenced to life for a brutal murder and is now walking the streets?
No, sir.
Nothing further.
Objection.
Objection? You mean you can get sentenced to life and you can get out? He's like, is that an option? Okay, you guys, I've got 21 minutes left. I've got a time test. I'm only on question 26. If the following words are ordered from the best possible sentence, to form the best possible sentence, with which letter would the second word of the sentence, which letter would the second word of the sentence begin? Yards is a 1000 to possible seconds in it run. What? Yards is a 1000 to possible seconds in it run. I don't even know what they're asking me. I'm going to fail this. Don't give me the answer, guys. I need to guess on my own. 6 options. TIYH.
We don't execute juveniles, right?
No.
Okay. There was a time in our system of justice where we would sentence juveniles to life without the possibility of parole.
Yes.
The United States Supreme Court said we don't send juveniles to prison for the rest of their life without an opportunity to maybe be paroled, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I was the right answer.
The individual who the prosecutor just mentioned, you said you're not familiar with his name, right?
No, I wasn't.
Okay. Would it surprise you that he was one of those juveniles?
Now I know.
Okay. And what happens in those cases is the juvenile comes back with lawyers, sees a judge, and presents what the person has done while incarcerated, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
And then a judge decides whether or not that person should be released. Right?
Yes.
Does not apply to adults.
No.
Shelby Nealy was an adult when he committed these horrific crimes, right?
Yes.
That's all I have.
All right. Thank you. Sir, you may step down. Defense, please call your next witness.
Paul Swenson.
A rose bush must have roses, thorns, roots, compost, or buds. I'm going to say roots. If the pencils are sold at 3 for 10 cents, how many can be bought with 90 cents? Well, 9 times 3. 27, 270. No, that's 27.
Good morning, sir.
What?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Math is hard.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jury your full name?
My name is Paul Swenson. Paul James Swenson, Jr.
Okay, this is his dad. Who was sitting
You don't have to give your address, but where do you live?
6,000.
He gave his address.
Ohio.
Okay. Are you nervous?
I'm very nervous.
Okay. And that's maybe why you didn't hear me when I said you don't have to give your address. It's okay. How do you know Shelby Swenson?
He is my son. My first son.
Tell the jury how you first met Shelby Swenson.
I was dating his mother. It was our third date. Our first date was kind of like a cookout amongst friends on her side and my side. And we were able to have a second date. It was going to be a company party for my friend's wife and for my wife Lisa for a company party. And we were able to immediately find a connection. And so it didn't take too long to decide that we would like to have a third date where I would meet Shelby, because we knew that in our conversations that was definitely going to be a part of the relationship. If I was going to be with her, it was going to be a package deal. She loved him, and if I wasn't into him, I was going to be a no-go. I'm pretty certain of that.
Now, before you met Shelby's mother, and before you met Shelby, did you grow up in Ohio?
I did.
You're a Cleveland Browns fan?
I am.
Okay. Did you serve in the United States Marine Corps?
I did.
For how long?
4 years.
Okay. What did you do in the Marine Corps?
I was a helicopter crew chief of 6172. I was a crew chief on CH-46 Sea Knights.
Okay. And when you left the Marines, what kind of work did you do?
I started going to college full-time and seeking out employment at large corporations to have a career, not just a job.
Okay. And when you met Lisa, Shelby's mother, were you working?
I was.
What kind of work were you doing at the time?
I was working at a large company in communications, and it was a career-type job. And so much, in fact, that's why I quit college full-time. I couldn't do both.
Okay. And what was it that you did?
I am a technician. I work outside. I've been outside the entire time. I do installation and repair for services for customers, both business, residential, of all types of needs of any kind of communication. I basically maintain anything that's a cabling or a network of this company outside of their buildings, all the way to our customers' needs.
Okay.
And I meet the customers head on, so I'm not just dealing with the technical side, but also the relations of the customer's needs.
Okay. And at the time, you had lots of coworkers doing similar type of work?
Yes.
And now it's kind of a job that's a dying occupation?
It is.
Okay. Let's go back to the first time you met Shelby Nealy. How old was he?
He was 3 years old.
Okay. And were you nervous?
No, actually I wasn't.
Okay. Well, were you single at the time?
I was.
Did you have any toys at your house?
I did when he came over.
Sure, but before he came over, did you have any toys?
No, not one.
Okay. So before he came over, did you go out and buy some toys?
I did.
All right. What kind of toys did you buy?
Big Tonka truck, because I know he's a boy. And I got a bunch of smaller things. I don't remember all of the items, but I do remember the Tonka truck the most, because he took to that toy.
That and the hammer.
He enjoyed it?
Yeah, and there were plenty of toys there. I kind of went a little crazy with how many toys I bought.
Okay. And you went a little crazy because the love of your life was his mother.
Yeah, I was very, I never had felt this way about anyone until Lisa. I just felt there was something very special, and I wanted to make this work.
Okay. At some point, do you buy a home, the home that you're in?
Correct.
All right.
Yeah, our first home.
And how long ago was that?
That was in '98.
Okay. So several decades ago.
This chair's falling. Yes.
Is the chair okay?
It's falling down.
Okay.
If I can.
You want to stand up and see if it can?
I'm fine. It's just
okay.
I just noticed it.
Okay. Is that the home where you raised Shelby Nealy?
Yes.
My chair is as well.
Did you do? Do you think you did the best you could?
Oh, absolutely, 100%. I gave everything I could.
Okay. You guys went on trips together?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
In particular, where would you normally go every year?
Family. So we would go more west along Lake Erie for Lisa's side of the family there. My family's kind of spread kind of close, though, to where we were, but all of my family. And then, of course, Texas, which is the other part of Lisa's family. And we did some other trips where, I think, a lot of camping and stuff. We didn't do a lot of travel because we were trying to use our funds to build our house, get things underway,
And finances are not always easy, right?
Yeah, I'm an hourly wage type guy. I started out at the bottom, and I had a family to feed. It's a lot of work to make a dream come true. So I worked very hard. I did a lot of overtime, and I did everything I possibly could to not waste money either, to spend it wisely. And going out on big trips and stuff like that wasn't sensible, but camping was. So,
how would you describe your son Shelby as a young boy?
he was a lot of energy. He was very happy. He was wild, very active. He was a handful almost.
Okay.
He was wild. Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
All right. You say he was a handful. Was there a point in time where he was diagnosed with ADHD?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yes? Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And I'm going to ask you, instead of saying
Yes.
if you
I'm
can say
sorry,
yes,
yes.
or no
Yes.
when it's appropriate. Did he end up at some point being medicated for the ADHD?
Yes.
Okay. Did he have difficulties in school?
Yes.
Okay. Did he misbehave from time to time?
Yes.
Okay. Describe to the jury what are some of the things that he did as far as misbehavior is concerned.
In school or
both in
general?
school and at home that you were aware of?
He might take something from another kid's at the school, like a game or something like that. Typical kid stuff. I'm
stupid stuff, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. And did he always listen?
No.
All right. As he grew older in his teenage years, up until the age of 15, had he ever met his biological father?
No.
Okay. Do you recall a period of time where, shortly before he's 15, or right around the time that he's 15 years old, where there's conversations about him possibly meeting his biological father?
Yes.
Were you aware of the circumstances that caused Lisa and Shelby to move from Texas to Ohio?
Yes. She didn't tell me. Yeah.
Lisa told you about those circumstances at
Absolutely,
some point?
yeah.
Okay.
It didn't take long, but she wasn't like bringing that information right away, of course.
Not something
complicated.
Not something she generally wanted to talk about necessarily?
Sure.
Okay. But she told you about it?
Right, when she was comfortable.
What do you recall her telling you about what happened in Texas with the biological father? His name was Bobby, right?
Correct.
What do you recall? Tell the jury what you recall Lisa told you about those circumstances.
It didn't take very long, so I hope you understand that it didn't take long for her to feel comfortable with that because she was so mature, but she was telling me horrific things, how he had taken a knife to her neck, how she had to deal with a glass table that was in their apartment completely shattered, and him threatening her life and making her on her hands and knees dig into the table or to look for keys. He was a dangerous man.
Dig into the table?
And ultimately, does Lisa tell you that he ends up fleeing Texas?
That's correct.
With her mother and Shelby and going to Ohio?
Yes.
And how old, roughly, do you think Shelby was when she fled Texas?
Just under 1.
Okay. All right. So when the discussion takes place about Shelby possibly meeting his birth father, biological father, Bobby, around the age of 15, are you guys concerned?
Absolutely. 100%, yes.
Do you recall Lisa wanting or feeling a little bit more comfortable about the idea when she was able to speak with Bobby's wife about Shelby going there?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall Bobby's wife's name?
I do not.
Okay. We'll ask Lisa about that. That's fine. Does Shelby go and visit his father, his biological father, in Texas?
Yes.
Recently, have you learned of some things that happened while he was in Texas?
That I did not know, yes.
Okay, what's that?
About Bobby's wife.
What about Bobby's wife?
About her seducing and having sex with Shelby.
Okay. Shortly before Shelby turned 17,
She has not been named.
Or is it the day after Shelby's 17th birthday?
It was the day after his 17th birthday.
What happens the day after Shelby's 17th birthday?
Shelby tells us he's completely broke down, that his father, biological father, passed away. He killed himself. I guess he shot himself in the head.
Okay. Did he seem devastated by that?
He was completely devastated. He was completely broken. I had never seen Shelby anything like this. Of course, we wanted to console right away.
I'm sorry?
We wanted to console him right away.
Sure.
Immediately. Yeah, I mean, he was completely broken. I mean, completely red. in the face. And I had never seen him ever in my entire life like this. I haven't.
It makes sense to be upset and sad when a parent dies, right?
Correct.
But did he seem to be, I mean, almost beyond that?
Without a doubt. He started saying how it was his fault, or that he felt he could have done something.
Okay, all right. Said it was his fault?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yeah, and that didn't make any sense, but I immediately was like, it's ridiculous.
Okay. Did it make more sense when you learned recently about
it did.
The sexual abuse?
Yeah, and so many years ago, I never knew this.
Okay. After that, do you see changes in Shelby that are not good?
Yes.
Does he get involved in relationships with people that are not good?
Yes.
7 minutes left, guys.
Your Honor, the Defense Exhibit 27 through 57, I'm not going to go through each and every one of them, but they're photographs that I believe the state has no objection to us introducing. So at this time I would move into evidence Defense Exhibit 27 through 57. Make sure that's accurate.
Any objection? No objection. All right. Very good.
I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit 28, which is one of those photographs.
Question 66. So are we
Can you
looking
tell
at
the
pictures?
jury, who do we see in this photograph?
That's myself, Lisa, Shelby, and Alex.
Alex is the little baby?
Yes.
That's your second son, right?
Correct.
Okay. You indicated that Shelby Nealy, your son, became involved in some troubling relationships.
Yes.
After the 17th birthday or shortly thereafter.
Yes.
And you've heard some of the things that the jury has heard. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. What's the name of the first mother of Shelby's first child? What's her name?
Of Shelby's first child?
Yes, the mother of his first child.
Caitlin.
Caitlin. I'm asking it because the jury doesn't know, right?
Caitlin.
So her name is Caitlin?
Okay, yes.
And tell the jury about Caitlin and the daughter that Shelby and Caitlin had. What's her name?
Mackenzie.
And I'm going to show you the jury Defense Exhibit 54 in evidence. Who's that?
That's Mackenzie.
That's Mackenzie.
She's juvenile.
Did Caitlin and Mackenzie live with you and Lisa for a short time period?
I don't think Mackenzie was born yet.
Okay.
But yes, they lived with us.
Okay. Did you guys take care of Mackenzie after she was born? Do you recall?
I don't recall.
That's fine.
If we just had her for a time, I guess that's very possible, but I don't recall.
That's fine. That's fine. Do you consider Mackenzie your granddaughter?
Absolutely. 100%.
Do you still communicate with Mackenzie?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Does Shelby view Mackenzie as his daughter?
Yes.
Does he love Mackenzie?
Yes.
They had, Caitlin and Shelby had problems with domestic violence, right?
Yes.
and the jury has heard about it. I'm not going to ask you about it at this point. Do they split up shortly after
Very shortly, yeah.
Mackenzie is born?
Mm-hmm.
At some point in time, does Caitlin's mother, so the maternal grandmother, end up being the primary custodian of Mackenzie?
Yes.
Okay. And raises her?
Yes.
Okay. And how far away from your home in Ohio does Mackenzie live?
I believe about 2.5
hours. Okay. All right. But you still communicate with her on a regular basis?
Yes.
Okay. Who is the next person that Shelby ends up having a relationship with?
Jamie.
Okay. Was that also a very troubling relationship?
Yes.
Do you recall I'm going to show you Offense Exhibit 57. Oops. What am I doing wrong here? No. Who's that?
That's Bella and Oliver.
Who's the oldest?
Bella.
A minute and a half.
Do you recall being summoned to the hospital shortly after Bella was born?
Summoned to the
Right,
hospital?
meaning you were asked to come to the hospital?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Do you recall any problems?
Wait. Was I directly asked to come?
Did you accompany Lisa to go to the hospital?
Yes.
Okay. And did you and Lisa end up taking Bella back home? Do you recall that? No? If you don't remember, it's okay.
No, it's not that. The hospital?
Oh, maybe it wasn't the hospital.
Yeah.
Was there an incident where you guys were summoned to come to get Bella?
That is correct.
Okay. Tell the jury about that incident when you were asked to come and get Bella. Where was it?
We were at home sleeping, and it was the middle of the night. It was 3-ish, 4-ish, or something. Is that what we're...
Right.
Okay. I just... Because
My apologies,
as far as the
confusing
hospital,
you.
the hospital is
That's fine.
involved.
Yeah, I was mistaken.
That's okay. And the police called our house and asked if we could come pick her up and take her home and make sure that she's safe. Lisa was the one that answered the phone call. I was sleeping. She's waking me up, and then we were summoned.
Okay.
We showed up right away. We grabbed our stuff and we went right away, and so we went to the apartment. It was at the apartment.
Was that shortly after Bella was born?
Yeah, like 24 hours.
Right. Okay. So she'd been released from the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And within 24 hours or so, you and Lisa are summoned or asked.
There's a crisis already.
There was a crisis. Tell the jury about the crisis that was taking place. What do you see when you arrive?
Shelby's complete. He has no shirt on. I don't know if there's a mark or a place on his body where he doesn't have a mark, from his neck to his back, his arms, his torso, even his eye, the white of one of his eyes is completely red. It doesn't make any sense to us. We start asking questions. What's going on? What happened? Because from my recollection, I believe the police had already left. And it was just the three of us, Lisa, myself, and Shelby. So we're asking him questions, and we're being told that she basically jumped all over him, and they were fighting, and those were all marks from her. And
I'm going to show you another photo.
Okay.
And this is Offense Exhibit 17.
Yeah.
Were those the type of injuries that you saw?
Yes. I don't know if those are the exact day injuries,
but
it was exactly like that. Yeah, big gouge in his neck, and like his eyes. That was the big ones. But yeah, all over his body, his back.
Defense Exhibit 12. Already in evidence, and I'm going to slide up so we can see.
Mm-hmm.
Those type of injuries?
Yes.
Was Jamie there when you arrived?
No. No, she was not. I believe the police had taken her.
Okay. Do you take... Oliver's not born yet, right?
Correct.
Do you and Lisa take Bella home?
Yes.
How long do you have Bella? What do you do when you get Bella? Do you have to buy clothes for Bella?
Yeah, we had nothing. So we stopped with her, excuse me, and got bottles, formula, diapers, everything we needed. Lisa was, of course, all over what needed to be done. And I'm supporting her. So yeah, we're going through this together.
Okay. How long is Bella with you and Lisa before Jamie comes to the house looking for Bella?
I believe it is just the next day.
Okay. Tell the jury about what happens when Jamie comes to the hospital. I mean, at the hospital. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
The hospital happened before all this.
This is at our house.
Right.
So my understanding, the best I can recollect, is that both Jamie and her mother, Laura, are going to be coming to pick up Bella. Assuming it's not going to be easy, but certainly not going to be a problem. We're ready for her. We're both there. We're present. And then Jamie gets there and is beating on the door. We let her in. She is extremely aggressive. She grabs Bella immediately from Lisa and is holding Bella with her right arm and is not even paying attention to Bella. And she's waving her arm, and she's extremely unhinged. Her face is red. She's seething. The creases in her mouth are white. There's saliva coming out. And then she goes in spurts of saying whatever she was saying, and then she even has to breathe after she does what she's doing, and then she'll look at Bella. That's kind of what my memory pictures.
Frightening?
Very, very. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I wasn't scared for my life. No. Frightening in the fact I was worried about Bella. And I know I was making eye contact with Lisa while she's doing this, trying to figure out, if something goes wrong here, to protecting Bella, or be ready to protect it in case something goes haywire here.
Does Lisa try to calm Jamie down?
Oh, yes. Okay. Yeah.
All right. At some point, is he able to calm her down a little bit? Not really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
She calmed down a tad, but she's still completely breathing heavy. She's still red in the face and very upset.
All right. I found the
Does
$10
Jamie,
IQ test
Mom,
and it was
and Bella
paid for
end
it.
up
Getting the results.
leaving your house?
Yes.
Okay.
Couldn't finish the last question. Clicking on the button.
Would you say that your time when you are having contact with Jamie is sort of a limited time period?
Yes.
Okay.
IQ
Did you and Lisa
120.
try to help Shelby and Jamie get an apartment?
Yes.
Okay. But at some point, what happens? Why don't they just stay in the apartment?
Can I correct my answer on that? I don't know exactly, if we pay, or I know that we were supportive. So whatever we did, we were doing whatever needed to be done.
Sure.
So to answer your question, yes, but it's not like we gave them an apartment.
Right, but you helped them get an apartment. You assisted them in it.
Yes.
And they had an apartment for a period of time in Ohio.
Yes.
Okay. Did the relationship between you, Lisa, and Shelby and Jamie become somewhat distant because of the volatile nature of their relationship?
Yeah, well, just after they left, Lisa and I looked at each other like, wow, this is not good. This is really bad. We wanted to be involved and get with Laura to have some kind of communication because of the uncomfortableness we were seeing between the two of them and the safety of Bella.
Did you want them to have a good life?
Yes, of course.
Of course, right. But because of that type of behavior, there's less contact between you and Lisa,
unfortunately,
and Shelby and Jamie, right?
Yes, unfortunately.
Okay. And how old is Alex at this time? Do you recall?
I had to think about that.
When was he born?
He was.
And I know you have a little cheap paper with dates.
I do.
If you need to pull it out and look at it, it's okay, because this is not what you're used to, right?
I appreciate it.
You don't normally come and testify in court, right?
As well.
Have you ever testified before?
No, I have not. It's just like a doodle thing that I was trying to figure things out with dates.
I'm in the 91st percentile
time frame in general. There's so much.
Except for
the question is, Alex. How old is Alex now?
I'm trying to picture. I don't know why I'm drawing a blank. But I am.
Paul?
Yeah.
Just look at me. You don't worry about those numbers.
All right.
Look at me and how old is Alex now?
Right now?
Right now.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you meant at that time.
I'm trying to help you a little bit.
Okay. Yeah.
How old is he now?
He is 25.
25. Okay. So, going back to when this happened, how old is Shelby?
Shelby's 31.
Okay. He's going to be 32 in August?
August 19th.
Do you recall Shelby being 19 when Bella was born?
Yes.
So that's 13 years ago, right? Roughly?
Right.
Okay. And you said Alex is 25?
Yeah.
So maybe he was 12 at the time? But, you know, it's okay. If he was 11, 12, 13, it doesn't matter. Just roughly. 13 years
right.
from 25?
Yeah.
These guys are right.
I apologize.
It's okay, Paul. Do you need a break?
Yes. The answer is yes.
Take a deep breath.
I can't think
It's
right
okay.
now. I can't think
It's
right
okay.
now.
The answer is
All right.
yes.
I'm having a hard time thinking.
It's okay. But he's 25 now, right?
Yes.
Alex
yes.
is 25 today.
Yes. Yes.
He's married?
He is.
Okay. All right. So would it be fair to say that having those type of activities in your home when you have another young son that you're trying to raise wasn't good?
No.
Right?
No, it wasn't.
Okay. All right.
The attorney, the style of questioning is just making
Are
this
there
worse.
times? I tell you what, I'm gonna skip ahead. Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna skip ahead to December.
May I just? All right.
I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, the problem I'm having is I'm not even picturing Alex at all.
Right.
That he's 12 years old, or
That's fine.
I mean, the amount of focus I have to put in to thinking about Shelby and Bella and all of this and what's happening here. I apologize. That's why honestly, I don't know how.
It's okay.
Okay.
I think the last time you went to court is you took your dad in because he had a parking ticket
Yeah.
that he needed to pay, right? And the judge told you couldn't speak for him and you had to sit down.
That's correct.
Okay. It's all right. I want to take you to December 2017.
Okay.
Is that a very difficult time period for you? December 2017. As it relates to your son, Alex.
Yes.
Okay. Tell the jury what was happening to Alex in December of 2017.
He was getting very ill, and we didn't know why.
Okay. Was he in the hospital?
He did. He was admitted into the hospital. Well, it was about a month to find out what was wrong, and then, he was in the hospital for another month.
Okay. All right. So December 2017, January 2018, he's in and out of the hospital, right? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Ultimately, he's diagnosed with cancer?
Correct.
And he's very sick?
Very.
You were concerned that he might die?
Absolutely.
During that same time period, January 2018, so Alex goes in the hospital in December, so the following month. Do you recall Lisa getting a phone call from Shelby asking for help?
Yes.
And it was not a good time,
No.
right?
Correct.
And you didn't know, and Lisa didn't know the extent of what was happening.
Right. Yes.
And so Shelby was told this is not a good time, right?
Yes, he was told this is not a good time.
Your brother is in the hospital, we're afraid he might die.
That's correct.
The following year, Alex goes into remission, what, that summer or the summer of 2018? Or the fall?
I believe it was July.
Okay. We'll ask Lisa.
Okay. I'm really bad with dates.
But fortunately, he goes into remission.
Yes.
And then I'm going to jump to January of 2019.
Y'all are smarter than me.
Do you learn about what Shelby Nealy had done? Is that when you learn about it?
I believe that was the date.
Okay.
I believe so, yes.
Was it when he was arrested?
Yes.
Okay. So when he's arrested, that's the first time you learn
That is correct.
of the horrific things that he did, right?
Yes.
Obviously, you don't approve of that type of behavior.
Of course not.
That's not the Shelby Nealy that you know, right?
Not at all.
Okay. But unfortunately, that's what he did, right? Sadly.
Yes.
And did you learn shortly thereafter that Shelby Nealy had confessed to having done this?
Yes.
Okay. Is he still your little boy?
Absolutely.
Will he always be your little boy?
Absolutely. Yes.
During the time that he's been in jail in Florida the past 6 years, Have you been able to visit him in person?
No.
You've been able to hug him?
No. Haven't been able to talk to him.
Okay. You talked to him on the phone?
If he called us.
Right.
Because he didn't have a cell phone, only...
Sure. And while he's been in jail, you've had many phone calls with him, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes, every week.
Okay, every week. And those calls are recorded?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
And what do you talk about?
Small talk, what's going on in life with him and with us and our kids, our families, friends, work.
You tell him you love him?
Mm-hmm.
He tells you he loves you?
Correct.
If the jury allows Shelby Nealy, your son, to die in prison of natural causes, is it your hope that you'll be able to go see him in prison?
Yes.
Will you continue to talk to him?
Yes.
And will you continue to love him?
I will.
If I could have a moment.
Cross-examination might be
no other questions at this time.
interesting.
State, I assume you have some cross-examination? Is that right?
Do they come with heat, or do they... We can take a break. We'll find out in just a minute. Mr. Nealy is on pretty good terms with the bailiffs. Let the juries leave for a second and see if we're going to talk about anything before we skip the break.
Jury's out of here. Right, sir, you can take a bathroom break or whatever, and then you'll be back on the stand in 15 minutes, okay? Okay, understand? Okay, listen. Yes. All right, so we'll see everybody in 15 minutes.
All right, so they're going to take a break. We're going to skip ahead just a little bit and get most of the way caught up as we're now just, I think we're less than 10 minutes behind. 10, 9, 8. Well, about 9 minutes behind. Let's see. You'll hear the sound in about 20 minutes. You'll hear the sound slow down.
Yes, sir.
And that's when we're going to be all caught up. Paid $10 for the results. I'm a sucker. I just thought the $1.95, it's one of those reverse. The more they charge, the more value it is, right? I thought if I'm going to take this test, first IQ test of my life, well, third, I guess, because I took the first two, and they were more like, they were all like pictures, like what should go here type. It was I didn't like that one very much. This one used language, used math, used reasoning, used deductive reasoning, used comparative analysis, used a lot of different things. I think this is a more valid result. And as someone who never took the ACT in my life, the ACT being the college entrance exam, I just didn't do it. I'm gonna frame this.
All right. Everyone is present, including the
I
defendant.
passed my IQ test. Got a C, but it's a passing grade. Take the ASVAB. I know some people take the SAT later in life. I only had it in early grades, I think up through junior high, like 7th, 8th, 9th period, 9th grades. The ACT was in my area, the one you took in high school. I was too busy making up for classes that I failed in regular schedule to take the ACT. I got a 120, which they say is like 91%, the 91 percentile range, which, you know, it's good. But really, I missed a ton of questions. I only got like 72% right, which I guess everyone misses a bunch of questions because they're terrible. And in my defense, let me just say this. In my defense, I was following along in chat, pinning things that the mods had put in there, muting addresses they came up, I had like a little distraction going. So I think I could probably pad that number had I focused and not, been taking the test live on the air. So, give me a little bit of grace and space here. Callie says, mine is 136. Yeah, okay, fine, 121. Thank you, Greeners. That puts me solidly in the 91 percentile instead of just underneath it.
Your jurors in the jury box be seated.
Welcome back to the jury. State, you may proceed with your cross-examination.
It tells me all the questions I got wrong. I might read some of them to you. They're embarrassing.
Morning, Mr. Swenson.
Good morning.
Now, there's a couple things that I wanted to bring up with you that were discussed in your direct examination, and I'd like to talk a little bit about your relationship with Mr. Nealy as well.
Okay.
Now, when you were asked about the incident where Jamie came to your residence to get Bella, and she was very upset, you recall talking about that?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
When she was upset, at that time, she was a young mother, and that was her first baby, right?
Correct.
And the reason she was upset is because she wanted to get her baby back, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, when you came into Shelby Nealy's life, he was a very small child, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Baby
and you provided Mr. Nealy with a good, loving home, right?
Yes.
And in fact, you identified very closely with him because of your own childhood, which you felt was very similar.
Yes.
Right? And after you married his mother, you paid to put Mr. Nealy through private school in elementary school and in the beginning of middle school, right?
Yes.
And eventually he switched over to a charter school, right?
Yes.
Barbecue sauce.
And after he switched, during the first year, he did very well. I think you said previously that he was top of his class that year, right?
Yes.
So it was important to you and your wife to make sure that Shelby was successful and happy, right?
Yes.
And that was really a priority for the both of you, wasn't it?
It was.
And it's been brought up that you eventually had another child, Alex, who was like 6 or 7 years younger than Shelby, right?
7 years.
7
yes.
years. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And they got along well, right?
Yes.
As Shelby got older in his teen years, he became more rebellious and got to where he refused to follow household rules, right?
Yes.
Now, these were all normal rules for a teenager, like being home by 11, right?
Yes.
We're all going to go eat at Chili's.
And his
for
refusal
lunch.
to follow rules extended to his behavior at school, didn't it?
I couldn't hear you.
His refusal to follow rules extended to his behavior at school, right?
Sorry.
Yes.
I talked over the questions.
In fact, when Shelby was in the 11th grade and left school, it was because he was expelled, right?
Yes.
And I believe that was not the first time the school tried to expel Mr. Nealy, right?
Correct.
And when they had done that before, you and your wife had talked to them and talked them into letting him stay and not expelling him, right?
Yes.
And that happened multiple times, right?
No. It happened one time.
One time, so it was the second time that they expelled him?
No, the first time they wanted to expel him, we went in and asked if we could speak with them. We had a meeting with the principal and the vice principal, and then we together collaborated, and the papers were signed, or the paper, and they said they would hold it and give him another chance.
Okay.
It just happened once.
After they gave him another chance, did his behavior improve?
No.
Okay. And that misbehavior included things like standing up in the middle of class and yelling swear words and arguing with people, right?
Yes.
So during that period, Shelby was doing whatever he wanted, regardless of the rules at school, right?
Yes.
Okay. But despite Mr. Nealy acting out, you and your wife remained supportive of him, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, when he got his high school girlfriend pregnant, you helped Shelby then too, right?
We did.
Okay. And at that time,
well, we helped both of them.
Sure. And originally, she moved in to your house with Shelby, right? Mm-hmm. And they wanted to have an apartment of their own, didn't they?
Yes.
And you helped with the first month's rent and paying the security deposit, and you even furnished that first apartment for them, didn't
Correct.
you? So you were very supportive of Mr.
Yes.
Nealy. Now, after that first marriage ended, what did Mr. Nealy do with that apartment that you had
Can you repeat
furnished?
the question? I'm sorry.
What happened with the first apartment that you helped get for Mr. Nealy and you furnished for Mr. Nealy after his first marriage ended?
We wanted to be a springboard, not a parachute in this situation. We took, and unfortunately, they didn't capitalize on. And there was a lot of talk. It wasn't like we just did things. You know, when we sat down and it was methodical and we explained things. But yeah, unfortunately, they didn't capitalize on the help that we were trying to give them. And ultimately, of course, it didn't work out.
Sure. And Mr. Nealy abandoned the apartment eventually, right?
I believe, yeah, I guess you could say it that way. I don't know if I would put it that way.
Buried his wife.
He didn't just bail.
Well, he did eventually move back into your residence again,
Yes.
right? Okay. And after he moved back in with you and your wife, did Mr. Nealy continue to have problems not following the rules?
Yes.
And isn't it true that during that period, Mr. Nealy would lie a lot to you and your wife?
Yes.
And Mr. Nealy would also leave windows unlocked so his friends could come over at night when they weren't allowed, right?
It was a one-time thing. It wasn't hours of the night. The way it's been said in here is incorrect. Each time that you said it's been incorrect.
Okay.
It happened one time where he must have left the window unlocked, and it was during the day. We were all leaving. He was supposed to go to do something positive, like go to the library or whatever. We were going to work. He opened the door or the window and went in one time and took advantage of being in there freely while we were all at work. The place wasn't trashed or anything like that, but yes, he did.
And that was against your rules at the time, right?
Of course.
And also during that period, items of value started disappearing from your home, right?
Yes.
And I think you've mentioned that gaming systems, things of that nature, would disappear. And at one point, Mr. Nealy even took his own mother's wedding ring, didn't he?
Yes.
Now, isn't it true that the real reason Mr. Nealy stopped staying at your family home and was living in his car because of a lack of trust that his actions created and the fact that he was not allowed to smoke marijuana at the family home?
It was one of the things that we did not want, that we would not accept, him bringing drugs in the house.
And his younger brother was, what, 10 or 11 years old at the time?
That sounds, yeah, I would say that's correct.
And so you didn't want drugs and negative things like that around him either, right?
Bad influence on, yeah, his younger brother, 100%.
Sure. And despite all that, you still cared very much for Mr. Nealy, though, right? In fact, after Shelby left for Florida and then came back to Ohio with a new wife that you had never met before, you helped them get a place of their own in Ohio, right?
We helped in every capacity that we could. I don't, like I said, I don't know exactly what we did, but we did everything that was needed to be done that we could do.
Sure.
To support.
And you tried to continue being supportive, right?
Yes.
And when things eventually turned sour in that relationship, Mr. Nealy would have been welcome to move back into your home, right?
Specific, can you be more specific? Like, I mean, there's so many times that happened. I mean,
if he and Jamie had divorced, would he have been welcome to come back to your home?
It's a hypothetical?
Sure.
Of course. I mean, as long as there wasn't a threat or a fail of a trust issue where we, you know, because we still do have a young son in the house.
Sure. But Mr. Nealy didn't choose to do that, right?
He didn't choose to do what?
To leave his wife or to come back to you guys.
Right.
Instead, Mr. Nealy moved back to Florida with his wife, Jamie, again, right?
Correct.
And after moving to Florida with Jamie, he eventually came back to Ohio in early 2018 without her, right?
Right.
And during that period, you did get to see him, right?
Yes.
And when you saw him, he was happy and smiling, right?
Yes.
So he didn't seem upset about what had happened.
Well, I didn't know what was going on, but I mean, it was small talk. I'm catching up with him. I haven't seen him in a long, long time, so I think he was smiling at me. I was smiling at him, seeing the children. Yeah.
So he didn't seem stressed at the time, right?
No.
And later, he left again.
Right.
And then in January 2019, you said you spoke with him on the phone after he was in custody for 3 more murders, right?
Can you say that again?
January 19, you spoke with him on the phone again, but at that time he was in custody for these murders, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, another thing that was discussed on your direct examination was when Mr. Nealy learned about his father's suicide, and that he was very upset about that when he was 17, right? During that time, you and your wife were supportive of Mr. Nealy, right?
Yes.
And you tried to get him therapy to help him?
Yes.
And I think he may have also gone on into medication as well.
I believe so. I'm not sure. I think so, though.
And at the time, Mr. Nealy knew why his father had committed suicide, or at least he said he did, right?
No, he didn't know why. No, I don't know if anybody knows why.
Well, didn't you previously say that it was because his father was being chased by the cops?
I may have said it directly in my deposition that way, I'm not sure. But I do know that that was the understanding I had, I think, is what I think I said.
And you knew that because Mr. Nealy had told you that, right?
If I said that, then I apologize, Your Honor, or I don't. It was my recollection of that was my understanding as time went by, because I was inquiring why did he feel guilty of this fact that his dad, why did he put so much burden on himself for doing this, or for his father, biological father.
Sure, and at the time when he was 17, he indicated why he felt that way, didn't he? And it didn't have anything to do with his stepmom.
When initially, the very first time, to him directly was telling me that he thought he could do something, he could have talked to him through it to not kill himself.
Yes. And
he felt that he had the ability to stop him.
And Mr. Nealy felt bad about how he wasn't available to do that for his father because he had shunned his dad for forgetting about his 16th birthday and hadn't talked to him in a year, right?
Well, I don't know. I think they still talk, but it could have been a year. But there was no doubt a time period where he wasn't going to talk to Bobby because he was very upset with him.
And that's why he indicated when he was 17.
Initially that's why he felt that Bobby killed himself, is that Shelby thought it was because he wasn't communicating with him anymore.
Nothing further on.
Can you redirect?
First wife divorced. They separated.
Despite the behavior, the bad behavior that Shelby engaged in his teenage years, and despite the horrific behavior that he engaged in when he killed Jamie, and when he killed Jamie's parents and her brother, he's still your little boy?
Yes.
You still love him?
Yes.
You see someone other than the person who did those horrific acts when you think about him?
I don't understand any. It does not make any sense to me.
Okay. But you still love him?
I absolutely do.
And you'll continue to love him? That's all I have.
Thank you. Sir, you may step down. Defense, please call your next witness. Lisa's wife.
Is this his mom? Lisa, his sister?
Raise your right hand as you vote.
Yes.
Please wait, please, ma'am. Watch your steps. Please get into the microphone.
Good morning.
Please tell the jury your full name.
Lisa Swenson.
And do you see Shelby Nealy here in the courtroom right now? Can you see him from where you're sitting? Who is that?
That's my son.
Okay. Lisa, I want to go back to your teenage years. And if you ever need a break, just let us know, okay? But I want to go back to your teenage years, the latter teenage years. Your parents divorced when you were about 12?
Yes.
And at some point in your latter teenage years, you meet Bobby.
Yes.
Do you recall you were about 17 when that happens?
Yes.
Okay. And you become pregnant.
Yes.
And when you were 18 years old, you were pregnant with Shelby Nealy.
Yes.
Right? In April of 1993, do you marry Bobby?
Yes.
How old is he at the time?
Bobby?
Yes.
18.
Okay. Where do you live in April of 1993 when you married Bobby?
We lived with his parents, Bobby's parents.
In what state?
Texas.
And the relationship you had with Bobby, is that a relationship that you've been trying to block out for many years?
Yes,
It was not a good chapter.
it was not a good chapter.
The only good thing for you that came out of that chapter is Shelby Nealy.
Yes,
Did he physically abuse you during your pregnancy?
yes, he did.
Did he push you?
Yes,
Did he shove you?
yes.
Do you recall an event that I believe happened maybe at his grandparents' house while you were pregnant? When
Yes,
you were
I
trying to keep him from driving? Do you recall that?
Yes, Bobby showed up at my dad's house. He was high on something, drunk, on a motorcycle. I did not want him driving that motorcycle home and getting in a wreck and killing himself before he could meet our unborn child. So I decided to drive him home, even though it was not the best choice. On the way to get into my dad's car, I saw a change that made me nervous. He became aggressive. So I tried to get back into my dad's house. He caught me. He dragged me to the car, threw me in it, and proceeded to get in there, damaging a lot of stuff in my dad's car, hitting me in the side of the head, and I drove him home.
Did you call the police?
The police actually pulled us over, but I was too afraid to tell them what was actually going on. Because I didn't want him to hurt me anymore, or especially hurt our unborn child. So I continued, after we got past the cop, continued to get him back to his parents' house.
Okay. Shelby was born August 19, 1993?
Yes.
Okay. So how old is he today?
Shelby is 31.
He'll be 32 next month?
He will be 32.
Okay. After he is born, during the first year of Shelby's life, did the abuse that you received from Bobby continue?
Yes.
Was there a particular moment where you ended up having to crawl through broken glass?
Yes, there was.
Tell the jury what happened, what led up to that, and about that event.
Well, Shelby and I were sleeping in bed. I had Shelby right beside me. Bobby showed up at some point in the middle of the night. He just came home. He just wanted to be aggressive. He was high on drugs, I don't know what. Immediately yanked me out of the bed, just yelling and hitting. And then at some point, he wanted to leave. But before he left, we had a glass dining room table. He broke it.
How did he break it?
He just picked it up and threw it down, and it just shattered. And then he couldn't find his keys. So he thought that I did something with them, which I didn't. So therefore, he made me crawl through shattered glass with a gun held to me, trying to find the keys. And I just prayed, please, let me find these keys so I can live another day. And then after that, I got Shelby. I held him to protect him. And then Bobby held a knife to my throat and told me how much of I was not a good person, and I would never find anybody that would love me or care about me. I was worthless, and if he ever found me again, he would kill me, chop me up, and dispose of me.
Did he leave with Shelby that night?
Yes, he did. He made me load him in his car, and then he slashed all my tires so I couldn't try to follow him.
Did you call the police?
Yes, I did.
How old was Shelby at the time?
Shelby was probably 10 months.
Okay. Was your mother living in Texas at the time?
No, she actually came down because my nephew was born, so she wanted to be there for the birth of him.
So your mother was in town at the time?
Yes.
Not living with you?
No.
But living with your sister?
She was not living with my sister.
Okay. But your sister is the one that was having the
Yes,
baby?
my sister was, yes.
Did you ask your mother to help you get Shelby?
Yes, I did.
Okay. How were you able to get Shelby?
Well, I knew Bobby was going to go back to his parents' house, and his grandparents, which lived right next door, took care of Shelby during the day while we worked. And I went over there the next day, my mother and I. They had really, really mean dogs in their yard, which I could have cared less if they attacked me. All I cared about was getting straight to Shelby, which I did. And his grandparents were like, oh, wait, we have to call Bobby. I'm like, no, I just grabbed my baby. He was filthy, dirty, and then I went into hiding.
You knew Bobby wouldn't be there at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And you say you went into hiding. Where did you hide?
With my best friend. Her dad was a police officer, so I knew that I'd be safe until we could arrange for me and Shelby to leave Texas.
And your best friend, what was her name?
Kelly.
Kelly what?
Kelly.
Okay. So at some point, after hiding out for a while in Texas, do you, your mom, and Shelby move back to Ohio?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And when you moved back to Ohio, do you live with your mom?
Can I just back up for a minute?
Yes, absolutely.
I never thought I'd leave Texas, ever. I love Texas. Texas was my home. And my dad, he thought that he would never have to see a child of his leave to protect themselves. I remember on the way to the airport, him looking over at me and just saying, I know you don't believe this now, but there is somebody out there that will love you and care for you and protect you. You will find that person. And then he put me on a plane. And I made a new life in Ohio. Sorry.
No, that's okay. So in Ohio, I don't need the address, but what city in Ohio did you move to initially?
Initially, when I moved to Ohio, it was Lorain.
Lorain, Ohio?
Yes.
And who lived in Lorain, Ohio?
My mom and my grandmother.
Your mother and grandmother.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen the name Rose in some of the paperwork. And what's the name Rose?
That's my maiden name.
Okay, it's your maiden name?
Yes.
All right. So your mother, her last name was Rose. Her married name would have been
Her
Rose.
married name.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So for the first several years in Ohio, does your mother help care for Shelby while you were working?
Yes, she did.
Okay, do you live in a small apartment together?
Yes, we did.
At some point, do you move out on your own?
Yes, I did.
You and Shelby?
Yes.
But did your mother continue to help out with Shelby as far as?
Yes, while I stayed in Lorain, yes, she took care of him.
All right. Did you end up getting in a relationship with another man?
Yes.
What was his name?
Danny.
And did that relationship last?
No.
Why not?
Because I could see some of the same characteristics and similarities that I dealt with in the past with Bobby, and I was not going to allow that type of behavior.
So, wasn't any physical abuse?
No physical, but mental, and I wasn't going to let it get too physical.
Okay. During this time period, the first 3 years of Shelby's life, was he comfortable around men?
No, he was definitely terrified of men.
Okay. At some point, do you meet Paul Swenson?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Am I pronouncing that correctly? Swenson?
Yes.
Okay. Scandinavian?
Yes.
Okay. And you fall in love with him fairly quickly?
Yes, we did.
All right. And he meets Shelby fairly quickly?
Yes.
Okay. And how old was Shelby at that time?
Shelby was 3.
Okay. So roughly 29 years ago?
Roughly, yes.
Do you end up moving in with Paul Swenson?
Yes, we did move in together.
All right. And in fact, the majority of the time that you've been together, have you lived in the same home?
Yes.
And you don't have to give the address, but what's the city?
Parma.
Parma, Ohio?
Mhm.
Okay. Is it a modest home?
Yes.
But it's your home?
It's our home.
Okay. And that's where you brought up your family?
Yes.
First, it was just you, Paul, and Shelby.
Yes.
How would you describe Shelby during those toddler years up until his teenage years?
Very active.
Okay.
Had to chase him around.
Okay.
Matter of fact, my father-in-law used to joke, is his name Shelby or no Shelby?
Okay. Did people suggest to you that you should have him evaluated to see whether or not he suffered from ADHD?
Yes, once he reached the school age.
Okay. Did you resist that initially?
Yes. I did not want him on medication.
Okay. For several years?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, do you end up having a doctor prescribe medicine for his ADHD?
Yes.
Okay, to try to basically calm him down a little bit?
Calm him down, help him focus in school.
Okay, all right. In retrospect, do you wish you had put him on medication much earlier?
Yes.
Okay. You have another son, Alex.
Yes.
Okay. Did he also have problems with ADHD?
Yes, he did. And I actually put him on medicine when he started first grade.
Okay.
Yes, a lot sooner.
All right. He's 25 now?
He will be 25 in September.
All right. And he's doing well?
Yes, he's doing well.
You've heard testimony about the volatile relationships that Shelby was involved in and a
Yes.
participant in.
Yes.
From the relationship with Caitlin
Yes.
that produced his daughter. What's his
Yes.
daughter's name?
Mackenzie.
Mackenzie. To his relationship with Jamie,
Yes.
which produced 2 children.
Bella and Oliver.
And you've heard testimony about times that Shelby was homeless.
I've heard it.
Okay. Generally, was he welcome to your home?
Yes, he was.
Okay. Were there times, however, because you needed to protect your family, that if he didn't follow rules and do, as you and Paul, just reasonable rules that parents impose, that you said, you can't be here if you're not going to follow rules?
Exactly. And if the roles were reversed and his brother was out of line, the same thing would have happened to protect him.
Sure, sure. Unfortunately, Shelby had difficulties even with those parameters.
Yes, he
following.
did.
Okay. And during the first relationship, was there a time when Shelby and Caitlin lived with you?
Yes, for a short period of time.
Okay. And was that after Caitlin was pregnant?
Yes.
Okay. What happened after she gave birth? After Caitlin, were they living with you after?
No, they were not living with us after after Mackenzie was born. They were in their own apartment.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So was there a time, however, that Mackenzie was living with you guys, or you were helping raise Mackenzie?
Mackenzie has never lived with us.
Okay.
And we've never helped raise her.
Okay.
But when she was born, I went to be with her every second.
Okay.
I love my granddaughter very much.
Okay.
And so Caitlin was more than willing to let me have her at any point in time. So she was, I had her a lot.
Okay.
A lot.
Would it be fair to say, and we've heard evidence in this trial, that both Caitlin and Shelby struggled with behaving?
Yes.
They were engaging in conduct that you did not approve of?
Yes.
Unfortunate conduct?
Yes.
At some point, because of that, Mackenzie ends up being raised by her grandmother, maternal grandmother.
Yes.
Okay. And you've heard testimony that there was a time period where Shelby indicated that he was not Mackenzie's father. You heard that?
I've heard that.
Okay. Does Shelby acknowledge that he is Mackenzie's father?
Yes.
Have you always been Mackenzie's grandmother to her?
Yes.
To this day?
Yes.
And Mackenzie knows you as her grandmother?
Yes, she knows me as Grandma.
Grandma. Okay.
Grandma.
All right. While Shelby has been incarcerated, has he written letters to you to hold for Mackenzie to give to her after she's 18 years of age?
Yes.
Do you recall all the details of what's written in the letter?
No, I don't.
Generally?
General, that he loves her.
Okay.
And that he's sorry that, he can't be in her life.
Okay.
But I can't tell you word for word.
Sure. But generally, he loves her and he's sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
Did he write any poems?
Shortly after he's arrested, he, when he's first arrested in Ohio, did you talk to him and meet with him in Ohio?
He called me on the phone.
Okay. Does he tell you that he's done a horrible thing?
Yes, he did.
Confesses to you horrific crimes?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Did it break your heart?
Yes, yes.
Okay. But he's your little boy?
Yes.
Always will be.
Yes.
Did you continue to have conversations with him on the jail phone?
Yes.
I want to talk about a particular conversation that you had with him in March of 2019.
Okay.
That's fairly close to the time when he arrived in Florida, right?
Yes.
Here at the Pinellas County Jail.
Yes.
Do you recall talking to him about where he is being housed at the Pinellas County Jail?
In a private, I want to say private, a cell by itself.
Okay, okay. And does he tell you he's okay? Like he's safe?
Yes.
That's a mother's concern, right, when you're in jail?
Of course.
Not when you're in jail, but when your son is in jail.
Right, yes.
Okay. Does he tell you that one day he's going to be a famous author?
Yes.
And whatever money he makes, could be millions, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
He'll give it to you?
Yes, he said that.
Does he tell you that you kind of question him about that a little bit? Do you recall?
I don't recall
That's fine.
me questioning him.
Okay. But does he tell you that part of the reason why he might be successful is because, unfortunately, he's part of an infamous case?
Yes.
Yes. Facing the death penalty?
Yes.
Possibly will end up on death row?
Yes.
And that might contribute to the book being successful?
Yes.
Hang on, so don't give him the death penalty.
Is that
because
the
it would make
first
him a
time
popular
in Shelby's
author?
life that he talked about wanting to be an author?
No.
Okay. Tell the jury you know about that.
When Shelby was a teenager, he loved to read books. He was passionate about reading books. And that was always a dream to maybe one day write a book and become a famous author.
Okay. All right. You learned recently that he has, in fact, self-published a book.
Yes.
You can get it on Amazon, right?
Yes.
You bought it.
And that doesn't mean a publisher read a manuscript and said, "This is great, and we're gonna fund this," right?
Right.
It's self-published.
Exactly.
Okay. Do you have a copy of the book?
I do.
Okay. Do you prefer books that are read to you, like audible?
Yes, I do. I like audiobooks.
Okay.
Because if I pick up a book and try to read it, I'll just fall right to sleep.
Okay.
And I have too many other things that I do that takes up my time.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that the book, based on what you've been reading so far, not necessarily your cup of tea?
It's not my cup of tea.
Okay. All
And
right.
I'm sorry to say that.
But you're still...
But I'm proud of the fact that he actually could do that.
Right.
Yeah. And maybe one day I'll actually pick up the book and flip through each page and try not to fall asleep.
I want to go through some photos with you that are already in evidence.
From his mom.
And so I'm going to step over here with the court's permission.
I'm going to give that 1 star, I think.
This is Defense Exhibit 34. What are we looking at here?
That is our shed at home.
Is that a shed that, during the period of time when Shelby was having difficulties following the rules at home, that you and Paul actually set that up with a place for him to sleep?
Yes, but it did not look like that.
You locked him in the shed?
It was brand new.
Right.
And it was not meant to be a forever thing.
Sure.
And
it's a gigantic Corona light.
I'm going to just put a side note in here. If you ever go camping and you rent a place of theirs, like a little cabin, a lot of times it looks like a shed.
Okay.
So, but to answer your question, yes, he did stay in a shed for maybe a night or two, maybe 3 nights, I don't know.
Okay.
But hey, it's better than, I guess, if he's not going to follow the rules, I guess it's better than nothing.
Absolutely. And it had a bed in it at the time, right?
It looked like a mini apartment.
Okay.
There was like a
But
TV
that's the
on the wall.
same shack?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Porta potty in the
I'm
corner.
going to show you Defense Exhibit 37. Let me, can I?
We will be reading some BK documents as soon as this goes to jury deliberation.
What is that?
That is a card that Shelby has sent to me since he's been in jail.
Do you know if that's a card that he made?
He said that somebody else did the little hearts and stuff, but ultimately, I mean, it's what he made.
Okay, so it was his card?
Yes.
Someone else made it for him?
Yes.
Happy Valentine's Day.
And he sent it to you for Valentine's Day?
Yes.
Someone else
and does
made
it still hang in your home?
It is still in his old bedroom that he used to, that was his when he lived at home.
Okay. I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit 33. What are we looking at here?
I believe that's a birthday card he sent me.
So it says,
did the mice get
Dearest
to it?
Mother, your thoughtfulness is greatly appreciated. Thank you for all that you do for me. I'm blessed to have you. I love you. Love, Shelby.
Okay. Yeah, because at first we could send cards back and forth. Now all those chew marks are from our cats. So
those are from the cats?
Yes. One of our cats loves paper and boxes and stuff, and she was able to get a hold of that, unfortunately.
But despite the fact that the cat got a hold of it, it's still one of your treasures?
It's still a treasure of mine.
Okay. I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit 31. What is this?
Oh, that's, Shelby sent me that as well since he's been in jail.
It's what?
Shelby sent me that as well since he's been in jail.
Okay. And it says Love Shelby on it?
Yes.
I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit 36.
A psychedelic steampunk seahorse.
Who do we see in this photo?
Shelby, Alex, me, and Paul.
Alex is what, 7 years younger than Shelby?
Yes, he is.
Quite a bit bigger than Shelby.
Yes, he is.
Shelby was always a little boy?
Yes, he was.
Let me show you Defense Exhibit 35. Who's in this photo?
That is Paul, Kirsten, which is Paul's sister, me, and Shelby.
Okay.
He got littler.
How old was Shelby at the time, do you know?
Oof.
15, 16.
5 or 6, maybe 6.
I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit 50. Who's the young lady in that photo?
That's me. With Shelby.
Predict ultrasound picture next.
Paul, me, Shelby, and Alex after we brought him home from the hospital.
Now the ultrasound picture.
Defense Exhibit 29.
Me and Shelby. That was at baseball Indians game in Ohio. That was a day after Paul's sister got married, his sister Sarah.
How old is Shelby in that photo?
Oof. Maybe 19, I'm not sure. 18, I'm not sure.
Okay. It's not during the time period when he came back.
Oh, no.
And when me finish.
Oh, sorry.
It's not during the time period when he came back after having killed Jamie.
No.
Did you have a lot of contact with him during that time period?
Not really.
Right. And is part of the reason for that because this is Alex and Shelby, right?
Yes.
And just for the record, that's Exhibit 32. Was part of the reason why you didn't have a lot of contact with Shelby when he came back after he had killed Jamie? Obviously, you didn't know he killed Jamie.
No.
He didn't tell you he killed Jamie.
No.
But is part of the reason for that you were dealing with Alex's illness at that time?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. Do you recall when Alex went to the hospital?
Alex, we checked him into the hospital December 2017, at the end of December.
Okay. And it took a little while to figure out what was wrong with him, right?
Yes, we were in there a complete month before they figured things out. He was already very sick when we entered the hospital. And then after that, we were there 7 months.
7 months after that?
7 months.
Do you recall getting a call from Shelby early in January of 2018?
Yes.
So maybe within less than a month of when Alex goes in the hospital.
Right.
Is he asking for help?
Yes.
Is it your thought that he's doing the same old nonsense?
Yes.
And at the same time you're dealing with, did you have any thoughts that he had killed someone?
No.
Okay. But you're thinking maybe he's involved in domestic violence and not that kind of nonsense.
Right, and I told him that he needed to figure it out, that him and Jamie have been in their arguments so many times, and both myself and my husband tried to get him to leave this relationship.
Sure.
So I was fed up kind of at that point. Plus, I had a child fighting for their life in the hospital.
Right. So let's go back a little bit from that point. You just told the jury that you had been wanting Shelby to leave the relationship that he was in with Jamie. Mm-hmm. Elaborate on that. What is it that you saw? What is it that you witnessed about that relationship that brought you to have those feelings when he calls you in January of 2018?
Well, to step back a little bit.
Right.
Bella was less than 48 hours old. The cops called us in the middle of the night, wanted us to come pick her up. And we get there, the cops weren't there. They already took Jamie to the hospital. Shelby, so I didn't see her at first, but Shelby was completely marked from what I could see from head to toe. I was coughing a lot while I was in their apartment, and I'm like, what is this? Well, it was pepper spray, because pepper spray was being sprayed with a newborn baby in there. So I was very concerned about Bella, and the apartment was trashed, just trashed. And I got Bella, she had no clothes on. And we told Shelby, we recall we need to take her with us for now. I'm sure she's going to come back, but we need to take her for now. Went to the store, got her formula, diapers, and then I had old outfits of Mackenzie from when she was a baby that I put on her, got her comfortable, fed her, and just took care of her. I didn't know how long she was going to be there.
Okay. You've seen photos that's been presented and introduced into evidence in this courtroom of injuries, scratches, and cuts on
Yes.
Shelby.
Yes.
Were those the type of injuries that you saw on him?
Yes.
That day?
That particular day, yes.
Okay. All right. And so, and this is just a day after?
That's just less than 48 hours. Bella was less than 48 hours old.
Okay.
At that point.
So they've just been released from the hospital?
Exactly.
Okay. And
they use pepper spray.
So you take Bella, you get diapers, you get formula, you have old clothes from Mackenzie.
Yes.
You're caring for her, you're loving her.
Yes.
What happens the next day?
Well, it wasn't the next day. It was actually hours later.
Okay.
It was the same day.
Same day.
Same day. Jamie showed up very hysterical, very uncontrollable. Came into her house screaming at me, trying to get Bella. At first, I was trying to calm her down. I didn't want anything happening to Bella, and then she snatched her from me, and then I just tried to continue to just try to calm her down. And then she eventually.
Let me ask you, to stop you for a second.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see any injuries?
No.
On Jamie?
I did not.
No scratches, no cuts, no black eyes?
No.
Nothing like what we saw in the photos of Shelby?
No.
Okay. Carry on. What else happens?
After a period of time, kind of got her somewhat calmed down, I guess you could say. And then she left with her mom.
Okay. Mr. Doig, when he questioned Paul, your husband,
yes,
indicated she just wanted her child.
Yes, she just wanted her child.
Okay. Well, did she behave in the kind of manner that gives you comfort to give?
No, she did not. No, I would never have done that.
Okay.
Because we are her grandparents, and I would hope that if I was ever in a situation like that, which I was not, I would hope that the police would call my child's grandparents, and I know that my baby would have been taken care of. She was going to get her back. There's no reason to lash out like that.
Right. In fact, if the behavior was more calm and hey,
I was thinking she was going to come in and thank me for watching over Bella and keeping her safe and protected until she could come back for her, but that didn't happen.
That didn't happen?
No.
Okay. I'm going to show you some other photos. This is Defense Exhibit 49.
Cross-examination is going to be interesting here. She's testified about just wanting to be there, just, that's her grandbabies, wanted to take care of them. We have some
our son Alex, Shelby,
conversation where she didn't want
Paul's mom, Beth,
he was taking
Paul, me, Kirsten, Sarah, and at the time, Sarah's husband, Justin.
And Kristen and Sarah are Paul's sisters?
Yes, they are.
Shelby's aunts?
Yes.
I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit 47.
Everybody's in fan gear except for Shelby.
We know who Santa Claus is, but who are the other two people in that photo?
Shelby and Alex.
I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit 40. Who's in that photo?
Shelby and Mackenzie.
And I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit 46.
Me and Shelby.
How old were you at the time?
17. 18.
Teen.
That was, she's doing the math. I think I was 18. Very young.
During the 6 years that Shelby has been incarcerated here at the Pinellas County Jail, have you had a chance to meet him face to face in person?
No.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to talk to him without it being recorded?
No.
Okay. When he calls you, it's recorded, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you communicate with him on a regular basis?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Tell the jury about your relationship with Shelby and how it's evolved during the time that he's been incarcerated.
I just feel like we have had a really good relationship since he's been in. I mean, we talk every week, so it's been good. I definitely just have felt that he's matured since he's been here. I know I even said this at one point to somebody and I don't want him. No mother would ever want their son to be in jail, but I almost feel like our relationship's even better than it was when he wasn't. But like I said, I'm not saying nobody wants their son in jail, but I understand why.
Would you understand why he's in jail?
Yes, I do understand that.
And based on what he did, you agree that he should be in jail?
Yes.
Okay. But you want to continue to have a relationship with him?
I do.
Okay. You think that your relationship with him has actually improved while he's been in jail?
Yes.
Does he seem to care about what's happening with others?
Yes, he does.
Your mother, is she still alive?
My mother?
Yes.
Yes.
His grandmother, right?
Yes.
What's her name?
Jane.
Last name?
Rose.
Okay. And Jane Rose lives in
Texas with my sister.
All right. In Magnolia, Texas?
Yes.
Okay. Does he ask about, what about your father? Is he alive?
Yes, he lives in Texas as well, and he does ask me about my father.
Okay. He's not very healthy right now, is that?
No, he's been going through some health things. I went down to Texas in May to see him, and actually Shelby got to talk to him.
Okay. Does he ask about other family members and friends?
Yes.
Okay. And do you tell him about them?
Yes.
And does he seem to care about how they're doing?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Does he tell you that he loves you?
Yes, he does.
Do you tell him that you love him?
Yes, I do.
And will you continue to do so?
I will.
Okay. Have one moment, Your Honor.
Don't think the prosecution should really attack this woman. Probably not a lot of cross-examination, but I do think some of the information the jury's been hearing is probably not relevant for their decision.
No other questions, Thank you. Cross-examination.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Ms. Swenson.
Good afternoon.
Now, you testified that you were the victim of domestic violence in your first marriage.
Yes.
Right. And that was to Mr. Nealy's father?
Yes.
And that violence was never targeted towards Shelby, right?
No.
You love your son, Shelby, right?
Yes.
And you didn't want anything bad to happen with him in Texas, right?
That's right.
And you don't want that now either, right?
I do not.
So that wasn't an environment that you wanted Shelby growing up in, right?
No.
So you left that abusive marriage when Shelby was 10 or 11 months old and moved to Ohio, right?
Yes.
And then Shelby didn't see his biological father again until he was 15,
Yes.
right? So it'd be true then that Shelby wouldn't have had any memory of the domestic violence, right?
Correct.
And he was raised in a normal, loving home in Ohio, right?
Yes.
And Shelby had a good childhood with you?
Yes.
And after you left Bobby Nealy, Shelby enjoyed spending time around your father as a baby, right?
Yes.
And when you remarried to Paul Swenson, Shelby was still very young, and Paul took the role as father figure, right?
Yes.
And Shelby enjoyed spending time with him as well, right?
Yes.
And you observed that your husband, your second husband, Paul, was a loving and attentive father to him as well, right?
Yes.
And you observed that Shelby and Paul had a good relationship?
Yes.
In fact, Paul treated Shelby like his own son, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
You and Paul actually put Shelby in private school, in elementary school, right?
Yes.
And then also private school at the beginning of middle school, but then it switched to a charter for the rest of middle and then high school, right?
Yes.
And despite that support, Shelby struggled with his grades in school over time, especially later in his school career, right?
Yes.
When he started to struggle in elementary school and you became aware that he might have ADHD, you did eventually get him on medication for it, right?
Yes.
And that was because his education and growth were priorities for you, right?
Can you repeat that?
His education and his growth was a priority for you, right? Okay. Now, after meeting his biological father, you've mentioned that things went downhill for Shelby, right?
Yes.
But his grades had already been declining prior to that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And Shelby had started to hang out with a rough crowd, and you believed he was dabbling in drugs in high school, right?
Yes.
And you had issues with Shelby being lazy and not wanting to do things, right?
Yes.
And Shelby wouldn't follow the rules at school or at home, right?
Correct.
In fact, you had to plead with the school to allow Shelby to keep attending, despite the fact that he refused to follow the rules, right?
Yes.
And you had issues with Shelby lying about all sorts of things, right?
Yes.
And in fact, Shelby would lie frequently to get out of trouble, right?
Yes.
You mentioned that eventually he got his high school girlfriend pregnant, right?
Yes.
But that didn't stop you and your husband from being supportive of Shelby, right?
Correct.
And in fact, you helped Shelby's pregnant girlfriend get emancipated, right?
Yes.
And you helped them get an apartment together, right?
Yes.
And not only did you help them get that apartment, you actually fully furnished it for them, right?
Correct.
So you were still extremely supportive of Shelby despite the issues he was having, right?
Yes.
But ultimately that first relationship failed, right?
Yes.
But that was after Shelby had been arrested for domestic violence against the mother of his first child, right?
Correct.
And they just essentially abandoned the apartment that you had paid for and furnished at that point, right?
Yes.
Gives her legal rights as an adult before she's
despite
an
all
adult.
that, Shelby was still welcome back in your home at that point, right?
Yes.
And in fact, all he needed to do was to not do drugs or create chaos or steal things in the home to stay there, right?
Correct.
But Shelby would not follow those rules, right?
Correct.
And from there, Shelby
thank you very
chose to
much.
live a rough
Welcome.
life with a rough group of people at that period of time, right?
Yes.
And that was the time frame where Shelby went to the hospital for head injury in 2012, right?
Yes.
Okay. And eventually, Shelby moved down to Florida and married his second wife, Jamie Avancic, right?
Yes.
And isn't it true that you had never met Jamie before they were married and she was pregnant?
Correct.
And despite his past problems, you still wanted to help Shelby, right?
Correct.
And you and your husband helped Shelby and Jamie move into an apartment in Ohio, right?
Correct.
And through your contact with them, it was clear to you that they were in a very toxic relationship, right?
Yes.
And during that period of time, you know that Shelby checked himself into a psychiatric facility just to get a break from the stress of the situation, right?
Yes.
So that was not for a real psychiatric emergency, right?
No.
And you encouraged him to leave the situation, right?
Many, many times.
Your eyes are done.
And you even begged Shelby to end the relationship and move back home with you, right?
Many times.
So he knew he would be welcome there, right?
Yes.
But he chose not to do that, right?
That was his decision. Yes, he chose not to do that.
And instead, Shelby moved back to Florida with Jamie, right?
Yes.
And then eventually, Shelby came back to Ohio without Jamie, right?
Correct.
And you didn't know what he had done at the time, but you now know that when you saw him, it was after he had killed his second wife, Jamie, right?
Correct.
And you mentioned on direct that he had asked for some help. I believe that the help he was asking for was for you to watch his kids, right?
For me to, if he felt like they were going to blame him for their argument or whatever, and that if we could take the kids, that's what he said.
Okay. And he told you that Jamie was in a psych ward at the time, right?
Yes.
And you know now that was not true, right?
Correct.
And he seemed fine at the time, right?
Yes.
He didn't seem stressed to you about what he had done and was calm, right?
Yes.
And when he told you that Jamie was in a psych ward, it was easy for you to believe because you knew Jamie suffered from mental illness, right?
Yes.
And eventually, after 3 more murders, your son was eventually arrested in Ohio, right?
Yes.
And he called you from the jail to tell you he was in custody, right?
Yes.
And isn't it true that initially you didn't believe him when he told you that it was for murder?
I did not.
And in fact, you told him that he was lying, right?
Correct.
And that's because Shelby had lied to you very often, right?
Correct.
And you knew that Shelby lies to get out of trouble, right?
Correct.
Now, you recall communicating with Shelby via Facebook Messenger while he was supposedly in Texas, right?
Correct. I would have to, sure, yeah.
And do you recall on December 12th of 2018, Facebook messages from him saying that he was in Texas?
Yes.
Okay. And do you also remember on that date, December 12th, 2018, that he said that he had gotten a new car?
Yes.
In fact, he said he never felt more like you because you liked to get new cars or something of that nature, right?
I love cars, yes.
And that was 2 to 3 days before he murdered the Avancics, right?
Correct.
Now, you've also spoken with your son multiple times since he's been in custody, and I know on direct, defense counsel asked you about a conversation where he talked about becoming an author and a millionaire, and you spoke a little bit to that on direct, right?
Yes.
Now, isn't it true that the exact words that he said to you were, well, considering I'm all over the news all the time, it wouldn't be hard. hey, it's a book by that dude. Oh, I have to get it just because I'm curious. Yeah, I know. And then they read it and they're like, oh, wow, this is actually like pretty good. Maybe we shouldn't kill this dude, you know? That's the hope and the dream. Do you recall that?
From what he told me, the phone call?
Yes.
Sure, if that's what it's saying, then yes.
Okay. And you said that he's matured a lot since he's been in custody, right?
I feel like he has. I mean, not at first, of course, but over the years.
It's a little late for that, isn't it?
It is a little late for that.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. Redirect.
The big book sale that Shelby
During that
envisioned.
same
not
phone
happening.
call, March of 2019, do you also recall him, Shelby, saying to you he only has two options? One option is to rehab himself. The other one is to do the same old shit. Remember him saying that?
Yes.
Remember him going on to say, I may not get another chance, but at least I did something for me and feel like I'm accomplishing something in my life.
Yes.
Okay. While you've spoken with Shelby over the past 6 years, has he made it very clear to you that he will never, ever get out of prison?
Yes.
He will die in prison.
Yes, he will.
The only way that he will get out of prison is in a pine coffin.
Yes.
But regardless of those circumstances, he's your little boy.
Yes.
You love him,
Yes.
and you'll continue to love him.
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, you may sit down. All right, what says the defense?
The defense rests, Your Honor.
There it is. Boom.
Do you plan on calling any rebuttal witnesses? No, Judge. All right, members of the jury, I guess you'll have a little treat today because the most efficient way to deal with your time, and in this case, is for us to let you go for today, and then we'll come back tomorrow. The reason for that is because now we have legal issues to deal with, and we are going to have to draft the jury instructions for you, and then we're going to have to get them copied and all of that. So by the time we're done with that, it's going to be pretty late today. So the most efficient use for your time is for you to come back tomorrow. And luckily, it's not raining right now, which is unusual. So maybe things are working out well for you. I do have a motion calendar tomorrow. Fridays are more extensive, so hopefully I'll be done at 10. So I'll ask you to come back at 10 o'clock. What'll happen tomorrow is the lawyers will give their closing arguments. The defense will go first, then the state. The state will go first and then the defense, and then I will read the jury instructions to you, and then you'll go back and deliver. And obviously you have to reach a verdict for all three of the victims. We'll go over all that tomorrow. And anyone have any questions about anything at this point? All right. So again, enjoy the day. Don't read anything about the case, listen to anything about the case, and we'll see you tomorrow at 10. All right? Thank you.
All right. Well, the jury is being released for the day. Mr. Shelby's going to go back to the cell. I think he might actually be here. They're going to hammer. Sorry, you Greeners, you said it. They're going to finalize the jury instructions and get that all set up. We're not going to watch that. Instead, we're going to do a brief half-hour lunch, and we're going to portal over to a new live stream where we're going to dig in deeper to some of the documents that the Moscow Police Department just released last night. We've got 314 documents.
The jury's here in the court. All right. How long do the lawyers
We've looked at 50 of them.
Your Honor, Normally I would say let's just keep doing it, but Judge Beach is having his 95th birthday lunch at Reuben Icott Center, and I was wanting to maybe make an appearance there if I could. But I mean, that wouldn't take long, but I would ask that at least an hour, maybe an hour and a half.
Happy birthday, Judge Beach.
But whatever. If I don't make it, I don't make it.
Well, we'll let you go. I mean, we can.
I could be back within like even 45 minutes if you wanted me to.
All right. So we can take an hour for lunch.
Okay.
I mean, we can do an hour and 10 minutes if you want, just so you can eat more. All right. All right, so let's take an hour and 10 minutes, and then we'll go over the jury instructions. I know that the defense has some proposed jury instructions. We'll go over those. Obviously, we'll go over what you want listed as mitigating circumstances. Do you have the list all typed up yet?
We do, but
We need to make a few
modifications.
additions.
But it's pretty much done, so we'll...
All right. How many do you have so far?
50.
We're still finalizing the number. Rosalie says 36. We say closer to 30, but we'll finalize it.
Third grade math is on there. I know it.
All right, anything from the state at this point? All right, so we'll see you in an hour and 10 minutes, okay?
All right, as they go to lunch, we are going to also go to lunch, but we only have a half hour. We have a portal set up. This is what we're going to do this afternoon. We're not going to come back to the Shelby Nealy trial. What's going to happen here, it will be broadcast, but what's going to happen is they're going to argue about the jury instructions. They're going to talk about what we're going to hear starting tomorrow. We'll hear it all tomorrow. We won't miss a thing. If the judge allows it, it's going to be in there. And he's going to read it to the jury, and we'll hear it once. So we don't have to hear it 2 times. We're going to skip that. Instead, we're going to go over to our live stream portal, where we're going to read some more of the Brian Koberger documents. Amber from the Discord page, as the gavel drops, has done a fabulous job sorting through 314 pages of documents to find the ones that are pertinent, the ones that matter, the ones that provide additional information and insight into the Brian Koberger case and the evidence that the police had against him and the development of the case as the investigation continued. We're going to start looking into that and get a little more information. We read about 50 documents last night. If you missed that live stream, go check that out. There's some just some chilling stuff, really. We learn more about what actually happened there inside the house and what happened and what people saw around it. We'll get more of that today. So the site is still crashing, unfortunately. Yes, Moscow PD site is having trouble keeping up with the demand, and they're not set up to be a file distribution site. It's a government site where, like, hey, here's our number if you need to come pay a bill or a ticket. Here are the court hours. That's what it is. And now they've got, thousands of pages of documents out there that are just eating up the server capacity. We've got them all ready, though, so no worries about that. We will be back in half an hour. We'll do half an hour. Give you half an hour lunch. We'll be back and read the documents together. We'll be skipping through a lot. We've got the abbreviated list, so probably 30 or so documents maybe on the list. We do have a portal, so just hang tight, arms and feet inside the red at all times, and you'll be safe. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again with the Brian Koberger document read. It's gonna be hefty. So we'll go live in about. Oops. Why is that? We'll go live with that in about half an hour. So get ready to portal. I think Kim R is already first in chat over there. She saw me looking over. She knows that when I look this far over, I'm making the new thumbnail, and it's all good. Jennifer, thank you very much. Look forward to seeing you on the new portal. Thank you once you're here, you can never leave, by the way, Jennifer. You're among friends. It's good. Grab your portal, buddy. Here we go. You guys have a good lunch. We'll see you in a little bit. Half an hour. Bye.
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
taking it easy.